30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Little selfie and all these different ones.
Yep.
But the school doesn't touch it. Now the NCAA did that last year. The NCAA this year now touches the money. So now this every college has an NIL
It's
person.
38 of the 50 states have already approved. And the guy that I spoke to from Indiana said it's going to decimate. It's just going to, the Caramels.
Well, Warsaw High's going to have to sell their skag in order to start buying players.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Sethy ain't here.
Oh no!
Yeah. Figured we'd open the show up right out of the box.
Hopefully he's not stuck on the Howard Franklin.
Or not still in bed.
Hopefully he's okay. Sethy,
I'm not okay.
You're not seriously. Do you need us to come get you?
No, I'm good. I'm on the way. I was up late.
You got that Ford Hemi? You got that Ford Hemi humming?
The Ford Hemi's humming. I only have a couple of lights that are on right now. One of them says C manual. But I'm
You can ignore that one.
Now hold on. What, were you like card breaking last night, or doing a big break extravaganza, or like what? Or you and Phoebe were having wild sex last night? What happened?
Well, but I don't honestly, man. I don't know what happened last night. I had one of those nights where I went back down this morning and I saw that I had like eaten a bunch of Cheez-Its or something like that, and then it got really weird in the middle of the night. I saw that I opened a Celsius and I was drinking Celsius in the middle of the night.
Man, you were running loose last night.
So you like sleepwalking?
I don't know. Yeah. I saw I saw in the refrigerator this morning. I had opened a Celsius, and then also I had brought a Celsius up to my room with me that I never opened. So I don't know what the fuck. I'm sorry. Ooh.
Oh my God!
I got you. Well, you are running loose, kid. So,
I don't know what, dude. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I would drink a Celsius in the middle of the night. Like it's a little concerning.
And you don't take Ambien or any mind-altering, sleepwalking type medication. I don't think you do. Maybe a little melatonin here and there.
No, I don't take anything at all. I don't take anything to go to sleep. That's why I'm up in the middle of the night a lot.
I think you got a ton of anxiety over this weekend's draft and what the Bears are going to do, I think.
Well, I mean, I'm up a lot in the middle of the night looking at mock drafts and everything like that, and it looks like we have a shot at that running back Ashton Genty, but you never know.
Oh, that guy's a stud. So. That guy's a stud, and did you see the thing he put on his Twitter? He's like, if you want a real man that wants to break tackles and not worry about who's playing, I think it was him, wasn't it, Lummy? That
was him.
That was released, like some kind of like, if you want a badass, pick me, period.
Look at this. You, maybe back in the day you would have just told me to stay home today, but now we're just talking about the draft on my way into work.
Yeah, now we're probably. It does sound. It sounds and it feels okay to me right now. I mean, I don't know if I want to do it every day. Open the show every day with you on the Howard Franklin right now, but today I'll work at least. I think.
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened. I just turned my alarm off, and then I always somehow wake up right before I'm supposed to be into work.
All right. Well, just be careful. Listen, here's the thing. Just be careful.
Don't speed.
I got Dan and Lummy here. We'll just BS it a little bit till the number one co-host gets here. Take your time. Just, that Ford Hemi has limitations. It's getting old. It's getting worn out. So,
Well, what time do you need? I could be there in 11 minutes, but what time do you need me by?
Well, I mean, 11 minutes would be fine, but I mean, if you feel like you need to stop by and get you
coffee,
get you an avocado toast and a coffee, I mean, if 6:30 would maybe be cool. I don't care. I really, to be honest with you, I don't care, Seth. As long as I know that you're okay and that you're on your way, that's all I care about.
All right, have Lummy Venmo me $20 so I can get some avocado toast, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, on
well,
it.
No.
Just stroll your ass in.
Man, you just give this son of a bitch a little bit, man, and he just goes with it, does he not?
I'll be there 11 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we'll see you in about 11 minutes, okay, buddy?
All right, I'll be listening for you guys talking about me. Bye.
Bye-bye.
There's really some good shows. Oh, or not even good shows. I guess when I was going to high school, and I would hear you call in, like you were running late.
Oh, I would listen.
My mind and my friends, we'd all go, man, what was Bubba doing last night?
Yeah, so like I would call in at 6 o'clock, and I would just be leaving my house, and I'd do the first 30 minutes because it took about 26 minutes to get to, in my S600 Benz with spinner rims, a V12. Thing was a lemon. I got rid of it too. But anyway, in my S600 Benz with spinner rims, and I would do the first 30 minutes from the my phone, and I would do that. And then I had this provision where if the Packers lost on Monday Night Football, I didn't have to come in.
Really?
Yeah.
That was an unwritten rule?
Yeah, it was like Packers lost. Bubba won't be in today. Man, I was a real dick. No wonder people hate me, Lummy. I was a real dick.
Well, I mean, listen, the fans. I mean, I know, as like I said, we would talk about what was Bubba do, like if you were running late, because you'd always say like, oh, I had some crickets or something.
I always did,
and we would be like, man, how awesome his life is.
I got to think, between Dan. And see, here's the thing about Dan is Dan was getting an education while I was, blasting bitches, and Steve and Jay were young guns and just starting their practice and just getting up and rolling. But man, when I was rolling hard in this town, I mean, the lifestyle that it was like a rock star lifestyle. It was just
you gave every average Joe. Like a dream. A dream.
They live vicariously through you.
And it's no offense, Bubba, but you were huge. You were a big guy back then.
Big fat.
Yeah.
Big and fat. And
just a big DJ.
Man, how does a 300-pound fat ass get all this hot ass? How does he do it?
You know why? How you do it? And I can tell the world. You are one of the funniest, most entertaining people to be around outside of the radio.
Oh, well, thank you,
and you are like a walking funhouse.
Well, thank you, my friend. And then you get them to come to the house as soon as they walk in.
That helps.
They see the 18 by 18 marble and the 700-gallon fish tank with all the rock and roll records, and it's just.
It was you were a rock star, man.
I mean,
you still are.
Lummy, I think I Paper Towel Willie yesterday came in late.
Yeah.
For $250 on the PayPal.
Thank you, Willie.
How about that?
He's a good guy.
Thank you so much, Paper Towel Willie. My little William. Thank you. I think next week's payroll, isn't it, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
All right, so Seth is running a little bit late.
You don't documents pay for that? Half hour?
No, hell no. Boy, if I did that, he would be just flipped out. No, you got to handle Seth completely opposite. You got to be like, Seth's like that field goal kicker. You know, like
mess with his head, he's gone.
Yes. Steph's like that field goal kicker. You just got to kind of let him do his thing, and he gets in his groove, and when he's in his groove, he's really good.
He'll walk off on the side and get away from all the other players and just kind of get head straight.
I know you worked for Coach Gruden when you were a team doctor for the Buccaneers, and your dad, of course, worked through 9 or 10 different coaches. I don't know how many, but Gruden would just light people up. Like, he did not care. He didn't care if it was Brad Johnson or it was, he did not care.
Except for one person.
Because I've seen his videos, and he's like, I can't even do my John Gruden impersonation. He's like, I would chew everybody's ass from the punter to the special teams coach.
Yeah,
but I
watched it.
I never chewed out my kicker.
I never noticed that, so you just brought it up, and I'm going in my head about literally 6 years of watching him. And I never saw him say anything to the kicker.
He would never.
He left him alone. You're right.
I watch his stuff.
He's nuts. He's nuts on the sideline.
He is. And you know what? He's in Tampa, and he's doing a bunch of stuff. I'd love.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him on. I dropped that for a while because I got distracted by some other things in life.
I know you're starting to kind of get back into your groove.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think we got about 82.5% Dan back.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does a lot of stuff at Skyway and also at USF, that indoor facility.
Yeah, he does. And now he's got this new gimmick. He's a Barstool contributor, so he's just that much more popular. And Lummy, he's got this new gimmick where universities send him packages of their stuff.
And he doesn't like boxes, only in duffel bags.
Well, no,
You mean like packages of their stuff, like tchotchke, like shirts and stuff?
Oh no, yeah, like you don't understand. Everything from helmets to jerseys. Like a couple days ago, I saw him open up a Purdue Boilermaker gift pack, and it had a couple All-Stott throwback jerseys because obviously All-Stott played for him. He's like, I'm going to tell you, this 40 guy, he was like a battering ram. If I needed 2 yards, I just gave it to the 40 guy, a true Boilermaker. And he's a historian of the game too.
Oh, his history of the game is flawless.
Like he the great Drew Brees and Bob Greasy, and he would go through all the famous Boilermakers and then the coaches, and just he's a neat dude. I've only met John Gruden once, and it wasn't under the best circumstances. It was at Dan's wedding. And Jimmy Clevis and I are kind of in our own little knucker hole, kind of in our own little area. And somebody said, "Hey, Gruden's over there. Why don't you go say hi to him?" I'm like, I got all those anti-Buck songs. And,
yeah, you did. You threw him under the bus a few times.
I got all them. I'm very critical of the Bucks and all this kind of stuff. And he's not that tall.
No,
he's about as tall as I am.
You may be taller. He's about 5'9" tops.
Yeah, so I'm about. I'm about 5. I'm. You know what?
When you were young, you were probably taller than him.
I'm a fat 5'9", meaning I'm probably barefooted, medically done 5'9" and 3/4. Like, I'm almost 5. In tennis shoes, I'm 5'10", and in dress shoes, I'm probably 5'10" and a half. So I walk up to him, and I go, "Hey, Coach Gruden, pleased to meet you. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge." And he goes, "I've heard some of your stuff on the air, you rascal. I've heard it." That's all he said. And Jimmy goes, "Let's go."
Bruce Allen was there too, the GM of the Bucks.
I didn't get a chance to meet him, but
nice
your dad personally delivered me to John Gruden. I think that's why he didn't go off on me, because he had a respect for Joe. Otherwise, he would have probably given me a lot more piece of his mind.
Oh yeah, if Dad wasn't there and you guys had met at some sort of charity thing.
God, isn't it amazing? God bless his little soul. I know you miss him every day because he had, towards the latter part of his last maybe 10 years of life, he really, really worked your office a lot.
He was there all the time.
Yeah, he was there almost daily. Like, that was his. I honest to God think that kept your father. That put another couple years on your dad's life because he had a purpose.
Right, and that's one of the problems as people age. We think what's right. We have in our own mind what we think is right for our parents, but our parents have some things that are important to them, and for some people, they don't want to be an ex anything.
Joe did not even though his house was beautiful, and Steven has now taken it. I mean, I know you've seen it.
Done the whole thing.
Is that place not look like a place right off of Miami Parade of Homes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
Like a Star Island house.
How about that monstrosity that they're building beside Steven?
I know.
It's going to be like, I think Steven was telling me that it's probably like the dead. The guy's a contractor too. He's a builder.
He's building like industrial strength too, with big steel beams.
Oh yeah, we could have a Cat 40 hurricane come in.
It's a lighthouse.
Listen, every structure in Tampa would be decimated except for the house right by Steve.
Right.
It would be completely okay. This house is going to the cost.
It's just the house
is $20 million.
It's going to be at least 15. Yeah.
20.
I think with the lot, it's a $20 million. It's a $20 million
That's what
project.
Steve said. With lot, with the dirt, and with what this guy's doing, and money's no object to this guy.
Nope.
He's got I-beams that could hold up the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
I mean, it is unbelievable. But
he's going to play into his place; it wouldn't go down.
You know, Steve's like, I have mixed feelings. It makes my place, which is badass, not look so badass. But
that's the value.
But the value, it probably puts another $600-700 on my house on value.
Yep.
Right?
Sure does.
So anyway, Steven.
And his house is closer to the sunset, so he doesn't. The house is not in the way. Like he's not looking in that direction. He's looking the other direction.
That house doesn't impede Steve's view at all.
Nope. Zero.
No.
Steve's got the better view. Steve's got the better lot.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, didn't the guy try to bamboozle Joe into selling the lot?
Yeah, and then he also tried to bamboozle Dad into like variances,
getting like 6 feet of his property.
Yeah, not 6 feet, but just like not having to obey the setback from the property line. So anyway, it would have been like giant house encroaching on it. It would have been like when Bugs Bunny said, "I'm not moving." And they built that skyscraper with like a little curved area above his rabbit hole. It was like that.
Between Jay, you, Bella, and Steven, I mean, that's a parade of homes, all different shapes or sizes. You know, yours is 100-plus-year-old mansion. What are you, 8,500? I mean, if you count a carriage house, almost
it's close to 10.
Close to 10,000.
Yeah, it's in the 9.
Now Steve's, probably only 2,600.
But it's one floor. I think it's almost 3,000. If you got the whole
so three. But Steve's interior.
Oh, the appointments.
Oh my God.
Marble walls.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Slummy, you should see this place.
You'd appreciate it, Lummy.
Makes us feel how stupid we really are.
Oh, I can only imagine.
And,
Marble walls.
And then let's not forget, man. I mean, we're throwing away. I mean, we're just like throwing. Your former house, you built it. Mm-hmm. Then Steve and you flip-flopped. Once Steve became an empty nester, and you had your kids right there in the power alley of growing up, you flip-flopped house, and you went from your badass modern design right on the water house across the street from the big house, and you guys flip-flopped. Your family took over the big house, and he and his empty nester wife took over your smaller house.
But the smaller house was so close to the water that it's like you're on a boat. You feel like you're on a cruise ship.
I don't know that in today's setbacks and in today's hurricane, code,
never happen again.
I don't think that house could ever be built.
Nope, they would never allow it.
Yeah, there'd never be a house built that close. It's on the water.
It's right. We talk about like flood zones, and most people are like, oh, I'm in an A zone or a B zone because they worry about the height of the average height of the property.
You're in a negative zone.
We're in a V zone. The V zone, the velocity zone. Yeah, it's actually like the tidal waters. And then we cantilever over it.
But we had, the worst storm we've had in 100 years, 2 of them. And that house did exactly as it was engineered.
Yep.
It was meant to blow through the bottom. And so that's why on the bottom was only a garage and a gym. That's it. Something that wasn't, that you could, and I think it all had indoor-outdoor carpet, like nothing, everything really industrial.
Yeah, the garage had the normal painted concrete with the speckles garage floor, and the gym had, like you said, like indoor-outdoor carpet.
Right, and so it was exactly what it did. It blew right through there. Mm-hmm. The stem walls and the side, the structural walls didn't give.
But they had permanent venting in those little vents, like the size of a cinder block under the garage. which allows the pressure to equalize. So some water came in to help prevent the water from crushing windows.
No,
Because he's got that window down there in the carriage house. I mean, in the gym downstairs, he's got big giant windows, and they had water above where the water was inside.
That's the worst it's ever going to get.
Oh yes,
it's not ever going to get worse than that. And it survived. And then I think Jay took on a little damage, but with his flex steel engineering, he was actually okay. Do you know that I've never stepped foot in Jay's house?
Really?
Never.
It's an interesting house. It's a nice house, and he's done it really nicely. It's huge. He's got like a huge first floor.
It's not bigger than your compound, is it?
No, but it's for like a normal house, 2 stories. It just has a massive amount of room inside. It's interesting the way it's constructed. His master bedroom's huge.
Oh, so
and it's cool. He's right on the water, and Seth, he's here.
Hey.
Seth, how you doing, buddy?
I am so good. Thanks for having me.
Looked like he stopped and got a spray tan on the way in.
Let me go to words. That way Seth can kind of, get because he's got to get his whole area set up.
No, I'm set, baby. Forget words. Let's go nonstop.
No, let's just keep going.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go straight till 9 and then take all our commercials the last hour.
And listen, you and I got Clement Kush today.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you and I got heat.
No.
You gonna take a nap between?
I don't heat with you.
Man,
I've only had heat with you one. I've only had heat with you one time. Couple times. one when you used to sit in Lummy's place, and for whatever reason something triggered you, and you just started packing up your stuff and you left. You're just like, I'm out of here. And I don't even know really what it was.
There was a lot of COVID and Trump talk.
Was it?
Yeah, I was.
You were a different person back then.
I wasn't. Yeah,
you really were.
I wasn't in. I don't know where. I wasn't in a good spot.
Yeah, and then the other.
When's the last time you just randomly threw up outside? It's been a while. I haven't heard you talk about that.
I can't.
You do it all the time.
Hold on. Here's the thing. His throw up thing isn't even a thing anymore.
I don't think it is.
Like he's more of a urinator outside. Which is completely so manly. And like, talk about a turnaround. When you're a throw upper, you're kind of soft. You're throwing up, anxiety outside, something's bugging you. But when you flip flop being a throwing upper to a straight, manly urinator, that's a big turn. That's a 90-degree turnaround.
Yeah.
So Seth, you should give yourself some a pat on the back on that too. You went to being an anxiety-ridden puker outside. You'd go outside and puke. Now you just whip out your hog and pee on a guy's tire.
Yeah, that's it's been quite the transformation. I appreciate you pointing that out. But I have not. Yeah, I haven't thrown up in a while. I think
You really have gotten past that.
No, hold
on.
When's the last time you even threw up in life? Because back in the day, when your first stint here, you would have to leave the house, run down by the dumpster or something, and lay down a trail of puke. I don't even know the last time that you have even puked in life.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I try not to talk about it too much because then it'll
trigger.
It'll start
mental.
It'll start to surface.
It'll be a mental trigger that comes up. Right now, you got it suppressed.
Yeah, but I've even cut down on the amount of anxiety medication I have to take.
Really?
I almost cut down on to about half of what I was taking before.
Do you think it makes it funnier and more clever if you don't have that medication on board, or do you think it helps?
No, I used to, before I got on medication, I was worried about it doing something to me. But I'm much better. I'm a much better person and overall, radio personality or whatever this is, just because when you're on the anxiety medication, it takes away all the stuff that you would worry about, and you're able to actually focus on
being fun, kind of maybe being entertaining and funny.
Yeah, like one singular thing, because you don't have those thoughts in the back of your head.
Whereas when you're on that med, it kind of dulls it or dumbs it down a
little.
tad.
It can. Some of them can.
I mean, I don't know what you were on back in the day, but I'm just saying.
Benzos or like an antidepressant or a combination, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah. Like, what is it?
You just said yes to all the above.
What is it? Everything makes fun.
Yeah, all three.
Dan, you missed a few, Dan.
Bubba, you want? Yeah.
What's the SSRI? Is that everybody?
Yeah, that's antidepressant.
Those are bad for you.
I think if you have minor depression, it helps a lot of people, and they turn sadness into sort of motivation.
Well,
right?
I think that he is. in the midst of what we got going on here and some of the changes we're doing and some of the things that he's responsible for, more, he has more responsibility here than he ever has as far as with podcasting and helping Lummy. And Tuttle, if you hear this, I was going to maybe reach out to you personally, but I might as well do it on the air because I like to do everything on the air. You don't have to run everything by Seth. You're really.
Oh, he's overchecking.
I'm just no, Seth. Don't disagree with me here because we've had this conversation and you just maybe didn't want me to call Tuttle out on the air. And there is no heat, Tuttle. There's no heat. We love you.
That's the worst thing is Tuttle doesn't understand. He's so Stockholm from back in the day that he's programmed to think there's always heat and there's always something going on.
And there's not. We love you. I love the fact that we tested your remote capabilities. I hope that we do that tomorrow. I hope that we do it from, your house or from your little area tomorrow to save you the trip in. But you don't have to. We were literally doing a podcast yesterday and you're calling Seth over whatever. And so I would say that you can filter a lot of your stuff through Lummy. And then Lummy can bring it to Seth, unless it's just something absolutely groundbreaking and you need Seth's, stamp of approval on that particular element because it's maybe a podcasting thing. Other than that, run it by Lummy. Lummy is, the top of the funnel, and I'm at the very bottom of the funnel, and Seth's somewhere in the middle. So please, you don't have to blow up Seth like 15 times a day. That's what I'm trying to say.
Lummy's the top, Bubba's the bottom.
And
you like the funnel gimmick, don't you?
Yeah, Lummy's the topper and you the bottom.
Lummy's the top of the funnel. It goes to him, and as the liquid or whatever slurls down, it gets down towards the middle as the funnel starts choking down. That's where Seth is, and then I'm at the very tip of the funnel. If it gets to me, then it's been funneled, by a couple different people, and we need to talk about it.
Pre-filtered.
So I just have. It's just Tuttle obviously called yesterday while we were doing the podcast.
Third podcast in a row that he interrupted. I'm just letting you know.
But we did. He called during the blizzard on Thursday. He called during the weekly wrap-up show on Friday.
Seth. I just want to let you know, man, that you and Brian are killing it. And I just want to let you know that I'm over here listening to it, and it's kill. And I'm so proud. I got so many ideas. I'm shot out of a cannon. And I just want to let you know that you're killing it. Thank you for ruining our vibe, my friend.
He's my favorite. Do you think working out helps, though, Seth?
Yeah, Seth's been working out.
Do you think
too.
that's helping you, your mood and your stability and your even keeledness?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. Last night I did. I went swimming for the first time in a while. So I lifted weights here yesterday.
Swimming's so good for you.
And then I was swimming and I was so tired after because I was throwing Sam around and just doing all this stuff. And
when I was in the best shape of my life, I had a pool. My pool in Tierra Verde was pretty big, and it was really big, actually. It was 50 by 20.
Yeah, it's a good pool.
Pretty big pool.
Mm-hmm.
And so that you could actually get some laps in. And so, Lummy, remember when Cato lived with me?
Oh, yeah.
This is circa 2000. And I had my good friend from high school. His name's we called him. He was my Cato, Caitlin. He was my.
No one knows what that means anymore, Bubba.
Cato was O.J. Simpson's houseboy.
Yeah.
And so this guy went to high school with me, and he happened to live in Tampa, and him and his wife were going through a divorce. Man, you want to get your wife back?
Come live with Bubba.
Come live with me. And then have to hear about all the fun that your husband's having and with me, and she'll take you back so fast it's pathetic. So me and Cato, Caitlin was O.J. Simpson's houseboy. So Cato, his real name's Jim, and we went to Warsaw. We graduated in 1984. Me, him, Larry Plummer, all in the same class.
Yeah, he's in chat a lot.
And was he one of your clique? He was in your group?
He was like my outer clique.
Outer clique, secondary clique.
He had a full-time girlfriend, so he was locked up. And so we moved to Florida. He hears me on the Power Pig. He calls me. He's like, "Hey, this is Jim Tapp, from Warsaw.
What chances of that one?
And I'm like, what? Jim? The guy that lived off of State Road 15? Yeah. The guy we used to have keg parties in your dad's basement when he would be gone for, his dad was part of like the Army Reserves or something like that. And he'd go
get
away
deployed?
Yeah, you get deployed for like 2 weeks. We'd have so many parties. It was pathetic. He's like, so I got to be friends with him. And then when I built my big house, which I moved in November of 99, about April of 2000, I'm living in this big ass house, and I don't have a girlfriend at the time.
It's impossible to keep up the house by yourself.
Oh,
right?
Oh my
God. There's so much, and you can't even meet the workers there because you're working.
And if you got a house that's over 5,000, if you got a house that's over like 4,500 square feet,
or 50 years old,
and you can't, mine was brand new.
But a bigger house or an older house,
right?
It's a full-time deal.
It's. Well, after Cato left, and got back with his wife, I hired, the Bulldog, Craig the Bulldog.
Yeah, great guy.
And he, I paid him to do nothing but just, come to my house every day, and there's always something going on.
Always.
And so anyway, Cato, we started calling him Cato on the air, and of course, Lummy, we were so big and so huge that Cato became semi-famous.
Oh yeah.
Because if anybody that you have on the air could become semi-famous. Walker, semi-famous. Sammy, semi-famous. Phoebe. Ashley.
Even the hot dog was famous.
The hot dog.
Yeah, Red's hot dog. Whatever.
A Scout. Bella. The Merch Crick.
People know him.
Does anybody want to buy Merch Crick's T-Birds, or are you a bunch of tire kickers around here?
I thought you were trying to sell Merch Crick. Can we buy Merch Crick?
No, Merch Crick's got these two Thunderbirds. These two I don't know what year they are.
But 6,000 for both.
I've been told by like people that are in the T-Bird business that just one of them is worth like $8,000. One of them, the more complete one. She's trying to blast them out because she's trying to sell her house.
Does either one move on its own?
I don't know, Dan. I don't know. I don't get involved in that. I got my own world going on. She's been spending.
You interested, Dan?
Well, I'm always interested.
I should probably get a hold of Terry.
Yeah, because he'd be able to take those cars and make them functional for pennies on the dollar.
Maybe that, or maybe he just travels in so many different automotive circles.
Right, he's got a Thunderbird guy.
Right.
I'm sure he does. I'm
not even looking at Terry to fix him. I'm just looking at Terry's overall. He'll say, "Hey, I know the president of the Hillsborough Thunderbird Club. I did some work for him. He had an old 351 Cleveland that needed replaced."
And he's helped broker a few car sales. I mean, when I got the truck, I had that old Cayenne, and they didn't offer me a lot of money for it at Tesla. And
he's driving it.
No, he's driving Jay's old one.
Oh.
But my old one, he flipped in like a day. He goes, I got someone to buy it in a day. He found a buyer.
So anyway, listen. So Cato Caitlin is my house guy. And he's also an electrician, and he's doing some electrician work. He works for an electrician company. And then during the day, he'd get off like 3 o'clock or so. He would do some stuff around, make sure the 600, 700 gallon, fish tank is clean. And,
you have to literally get inside that tank to clean it, right?
Yeah, you had to, yeah. So he did all that.
Did you ever see it, Lummy?
But we were talking about swimming. And so him and I got onto this swimming regiment where we got these swimming goggles and snorkels.
What would you wear, like bathing suit wise?
Just a pair of bathing.
You weren't putting on like Speedos for that?
No, like a pair of XX board shorts.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then and we had flippers, and we would do laps. And you would never come up for air because you had your snorkel, and you would do like 50 laps, and then the other guy would do. Well, you do like 10 laps, and then the other guy do 10 laps, then the other guy do 10 laps, and you try to get like 50 or 60 laps in.
Which is almost a mile.
Which is right before bed, and you would not believe the kind of shape I was in back then. Swimming is so good for you. So, yeah. Seth, keep up your swimming. It is so good for you.
Thank you. Yeah, but I think that's what
Is Sammy a good swimmer?
Oh yeah, she's great. I think that's what would have. I think that partly knocked me out last night.
Yeah, that was part of your natural melatonin that you swam last night and just wore you out.
But I sent some prep at 2:30 in the morning, so I gotta figure out what's going on at night.
You do whatever you want.
Phoebe wants me to do a sleep study. She said that I can't breathe. 'Cause I'm always like joking and snoring and stuff. So
here's the thing about that. Jay's done them. Jay has unbelievable sleep issues. I don't know what he did to rectify them. Does he got a CPAP? I don't know what his brother.
He doesn't use that much.
Here's the thing: what they're going to do, Seth. They're going to diagnose you. They're going to say that
Phoebe wants to put breathe right strips on my nose.
That helps.
Does it? Okay.
For an easy one, it's an easy try to fix thing. It does. There's nothing bad about it.
You know what?
There's no negative to it.
Do you know
some
what
people helps.
Do you know what my snoring's directly related to?
Weight.
My weight.
Food.
My weight. My weight. The magic number is 300.
See, but I snore sometimes, and I'm not heavy.
If I'm 295, I sleep like you can't hear me. If I'm 306, it's directly involved around the fat around your neck. At least for me.
Yeah, I was.
And I went to this one place when I was with Beasley at 98.7 and did this endorsement down in Bradenton where they fit you for this mouthpiece and you put this mouthpiece in, but it's so cumbersome where you sleep with this mouthpiece where it naturally kind of gives you the tuttle jut, kind of gives you the
lower jaw out. I tried one.
Yeah.
I put it in my mouth, and 10 minutes later, I had a headache, and my jaw was sore for 3 hours.
Right.
It was like a torture thing.
I've had a CPAP machine.
Really?
Tore that off in the middle of the night.
I can't imagine you having that.
Yeah. And nothing. I mean, 'cause when you have a chick over.
Oh, you might as well cut your penis off.
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well tell her that you're transitioning.
They'll think you're on life support when they see
exactly.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
not only am I, they got to look over and see my 300-pound ass laying over there. But then they got me hooked up.
Fighter pilot.
They got a fighter pilot.
No one's gonna go like, "Oh, a CPAP machine. That's so cute."
You know what? I am so happy that you're getting a good night's sleep via this forced air down your throat because you're so effing fat.
No, you're in really
Oh
good
my
shape.
God, I feel so good about myself sleeping with you, being a groupie for livestock tickets.
Yeah, they'd pull their panties off as soon as they see like the 18-inch tile and the 700-gallon fish tank, and then they see the CPAP machine. They put the panties back on, the jacket, the shoes. See ya, Bubba.
The whole beautiful home and walking in with the grand piano and the 23-foot ceilings and the grand chandelier and the 18 by 18 marble. That gets the panties off, but nothing puts on nothing puts those panties back on than a goddamn CPAP machine.
Yeah, or like a portable toilet because you can't, use the regular toilet or anything like that.
I never got to that, Dan. I mean,
But I'm saying, like, if you had something like that, it would be like a deal breaker. Girls would like run out of the house.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Other deal breakers are don't have pictures of your ex.
Oh God, no.
Anywhere.
Oh, you want to hear a funny story?
And listen to this. Maybe even take pictures of your kids down. Because they don't want to be reminded that they're with the dude that's got a kid.
What? Chicks love kids.
I don't know if that's true, Bubba. I think there's a percentage that you're right, but I think there's also a percentage that would think it was cute and you were a good dad, and they're attracted to that too because some women are really looking for the father of their children.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just talking about like 19-year-olds that are trying to get.
They don't like it.
Metallica. I'm talking about 19-year-olds that are trying to go see Metallica, and that I'm holding second row pair of tickets over their head.
I have a funny picture story, if I may.
Yes.
I was living with two people when I was in medical school at the University of Florida, and one of them, I think you know both of them. One of them you really know, and the one that you know had a girlfriend. But he was in a fraternity. He'd go out and they'd have, socials and things like that. So he and I had bedrooms upstairs, and my other friend was downstairs. And so I remember one time, and then like 2-3 in the morning, all of a sudden there's this just screaming, and there's 3 people screaming. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What had happened was,
and nothing's worse than being woke up by screaming.
Right, especially domestic discord.
Your mind starts racing. Is there somebody being killed? Is there somebody being scared? What?
exactly. It really is disheartening. Like you get nervous for a second.
It will completely scramble your eggs. I mean, right?
Yeah, 2 in the morning.
Because you gotta kind of run to the screaming.
Right, you got to figure it out. You can't ignore the smoke.
Do I bring my gun? Do I bring my gun?
Right.
Do I bring my natural kung fu ability?
Right. You wake up at 2 in the morning sometimes with some morning wood
and
too.
Dan, I'm thinking that you might be a naked sleeper, so you
Nah,
got your dog.
Underpants, but all night long there's an erection, so it's just the way I sleep.
Walk out there with an erection, trying to fight a bad guy.
Right, exactly.
Knife.
It's hard. Like hide behind your own shadow.
Yeah, so
you can't see me. I'm hiding behind my erection.
I'm assuming you're in Gainesville.
Yes.
You're staying with 2 other people. You get woke up with like just the sound of screaming.
And what had happened was my friend went out to a social and brings a girl back home. Meanwhile, his girlfriend had come to the house, and Tony...
hold on, one probably wasn't scheduled to come to said house.
Well, she had come on a regular basis. She was his girlfriend. She'd come over all the time. So she came over and was going to just wait for him to come home. And so my friend let her in, and she was sleeping in his bed. When he came home with the new girl, he said, hold on a second. And he went upstairs, and he went to his bedroom, didn't see her in the bed because he kept the lights off. And he started flipping all the pictures down and moving all the pictures of them together. And she wakes up to him, like moving pictures and hiding pictures and stuff like that. And she started screaming. It was...
Now, what happened to the crick that he brought?
She ran. She said, this girl's going to kill her. She was ready to kill her, and my friend was just like trying to put out the fire. He was being so calm.
It was just a chick. We're gonna have a threesome. I mean, I forgot. Did I not talk about the threesome? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh man, that was bad.
Nothing is worse than
she caught him.
When I got caught, I think I've told the story before. If not, I can tell on the backside. But let me, of course, I'm getting older, and I retell stories which tends to irritate people. Have I told recently the story about when Holly found my very first sex tape?
It's probably been
at her dad's. Like she played it with her family.
Yes.
It's probably been a year or so.
Yeah, let's not talk about it then, since I've told it fairly recently. Yeah,
I can't imagine that one.
She plops it in. She's at Thanksgiving with her entire family. I'm such a dick. I'm not even going. I'm like, I'm not going to your family's Thanksgiving. I don't know hardly anybody.
How bad would it have been if you had been there when it played?
The worst.
Can you imagine?
My buddy Corey Diener calls me up because she can't get a hold of me. I'm not answering her phone call because I'm on the beach blasting the chick that's on the video.
Oh, you were still with her?
Yeah. Figured, hey, listen, Holly's at Thanksgiving till at least 4. I'll go over to Rebecca's about 1 o'clock, break some off, and get back. My phone is just blowing up at like 1:30, 2 o'clock. My phone is I'm talking. Holly called me no less than 25 times in a row.
Which is trouble. When you see that you've missed like 20 calls from somebody.
Nothing quells an erection more so than 25 phone calls from your girlfriend while you're at your other chick's house.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, what? So finally I wrap it up. I'm driving home. Corey, she then calls my buddy Corey Diener. It's the only person she can get a hold of. She just needs somebody to talk to. Corey, where's Bubba? I don't know. Well, let me tell you something. I plopped in the Channel 13 special they did on Bubba, and next thing you know, there's this girl in my bed at our house in Palm Harbor.
Oh, so she knew it was recent. It wasn't like it could have been like, oh, this was when I'm 2 years old.
Oh no,
it was
from our bed, our jacuzzi, with me and 2 of my buddies. We pulled a train on this chick.
Oh my god.
And oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you recorded something for, but you recorded the sex thing over, right?
Yeah, so, Channel 13 did this big thing on me, crazy, number 1 guy, number 1 rated air personality at night.
Yeah, the one that's on our YouTube.
Yeah, that one. You're what are your kids listening to? This guy's taking the town by storm. I mean, it was like a major, major piece. Well, I forgot that I'd used that, and I taped it off of Channel 13 and had it labeled on the VCR tape as Channel 13 story. Well, I knew I needed to dub off that sex tape thing off of my camcorder because Holly wanted to take the camcorder to Thanksgiving, right? Well, I knew I had to get, camcorders had a certain amount of hard drive back then, remember?
Yeah.
So I had to get it off the hard drive and onto an external tape. Well, I thought that I had fast forwarded the Channel 13 tape, far enough past the story. Like, I went to like 5 minutes, Lummy, but I didn't know that the Channel 13 state tape didn't start at 0 St. It started like at 1 minute. So I dubbed off literally we pulled a train on this chick. It was me and 2 other dudes, jacuzzi upstairs. Like, it was like a 3 or 4 hour ordeal. It was just, we were drinking. We put
Bubba White Party.
We put soap in the jacuzzi and had a bubble party. Like, I mean, it was a complete whole big thing. And she plops in. She's like, "Hey, everybody, after dinner, Bubba, did everybody see Bubba's Channel 13 thing?" And half the family hadn't. They're like, "No, huh?" She's like, "Oh my God, it's so good. It's like 5 minutes long. It's one of the longest pieces they've ever done on a radio personality. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. I brought it." So she pops it in. Things are going great until you see a and the
just like in the movies.
The channel 13 tape is the Channel 13 footage is no longer there. And here my friend's name was Travis at the time. He's from Pasco County. It's him, going doggy style on a chick with my other friend Mike, doing an Eiffel Tower, and I'm the cameraman. They're like, "What is that? That's your bedroom. That's your jacuzzi." And she hit stop. And then that's when the games began.
My goodness.
She didn't leave me over that, though.
No.
Because I was stiff as hell. I said, "Bitch, you can leave me if you want."
You are a cameraman for a male female threesome.
Well,
he was performing in it, right?
I performed in it too.
Yeah.
I just didn't.
You like, here, hold the camera?
No, I just didn't tape myself.
So she never had tape of you doing it?
She never had tape of me doing it.
That helped
That helped my cause a little bit. Plus, Travis and Mike were in shape, gym rats.
See, I thought they saw on the video and you're like going to town on the girl.
No,
she never saw that on video.
I was just commentating, and it was my house.
Was it funny?
Oh, was
the commentary funny?
Not really. I mean, it was just, look at Travis go and Mike get some, all that. Let's shift gears and let's go on. We're running super late here. I didn't. You know what? We've become so immune to mass shootings that I didn't even remember this. This happened in 2019. So this was 6 years ago. It was a gunman that killed 23 in a racist attack in El Paso, Texas at Walmart. He went up, I guess he finally was on trial, or it finally made it to trial. He pled guilty. I'm going to get to that story next. But does anybody even remember this? And that's a lot of people. 23 is a lot of...
I don't.
I don't remember it.
I don't know.
I mean, you got to think in between this, we've had the Tennessee deal, we've had the Milwaukee deal, we've had the George Floyd deal.
School shootings will always stand out more so than...
Like a Walmart Willie.
Yeah, no matter if there's one person killed or 20 killed, the school ones are the ones that...
Do you remember, the one that really does stick out? I think this might be one of the very first that I can remember, and you can tell me if you remember it or not, Seth. Do you remember like the cafeteria one in Texas? It might have been like San Antonio. It was like not the Ruby's. What we had that particular brand of cafe in Dunedin, where I used to when I lived in Dunedin.
Like Morrison's Cafe?
Yeah, it might have been a Morrison's. There was a Morrison's Cafe mass shooting in Texas that I remember, and it was kind of like we'd gone so many years. This is in the 90s. This is when I was in the Power Pig, and we'd gone so many years without like a massive. And I think that Morrison's Cafe might have been like the one that broke the seal. Will you research
Luby's shooting?
What's that?
Luby's shooting.
Luby's. Seth, do you remember Luby's?
I wasn't a Luby's guy, but I do remember.
Luby's was the best cafeteria ever for you. If you were a fat ass, man, you knew about Luby's.
Where do old people eat now that there's no Morrison's or Ruby's anymore?
I don't know, or Sweet Tomatoes. Where do old people eat now?
Bob Evans.
Oh, hold on. Cracker Barrel and Bob Evans.
Yeah, but there's not enough of those to feed all the old people.
Yeah.
There's got to be someplace else, too.
What year was Luby's?
91.
91.
23 people.
23 people dead.
27 injured.
23 people dead, 27 injured, and was it in Texas?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, there you go.
Killing Texas.
Yeah. When we get back, we'll talk about the gunman who killed 23 in a racist attack at Walmart in El Paso. He pled guilty to capital murder. Now, is that punishable by death?
That's what capital means.
Is that what capital means?
Because you get capital punishment.
That means you're going.
You could get the death sentence.
We'll get to that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com
right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Monday, my bless your little heart.
Everyone forgot.
Bless your little heart.
2019, pretty much.
Yeah. Hemingway Cat, Holyoke Joe, Stop and Go Steve, Nurse 23. Oh,
Man, I gotta tell you something. She's pretty fucking hot.
Deborah Terry. Oh yeah, she looks great, and she's got to be close to 50.
Christine Holmes? She has grandkids.
She's grandkids?
Yeah.
So she's
I
like
think
60.
she's like 51 or 53.
She looks pretty fucking good, but Dan, she's got a lot. Like what's
She's badass though.
What's this hail damage right
I
here?
don't know if that's hail damage. That's just dimpling from her like trying to hold her jaw tight. You know what I mean? Like I've never noticed those two shadows before.
Could you fix that?
Those are hard to fix. You got to release them with fat underneath it.
Oh, so
usually it's just from facial animation. Like at rest, I wouldn't be there.
So
she's piercing her mouth.
Okay.
She's trying to look. She's like clenching her jaw.
Which causes the dimply.
Yeah, 53. Tampa Terry, good morning. Bon.
Did you see, Seth, that Shannon Sharpe's coming out with receipts?
Yeah, I sent that.
Dan, did you see where John Cena did your same procedure? John Cena, let me see if you can show me if you can find any before and after. He did the heron transplants.
That's why it looks better.
And he talks about it.
Jake.
So let me see if you can find if there's any befores and afters.
Okay.
Neil month this year.
It's still growing in. I think that's why I was wearing a hat.
You said he got it in November?
Yeah.
It's just starting out.
Here, Dan, you're gonna have to eat your words. This is fucking J-Lo at the Formula One fucking.
Yeah, I saw the pictures, and I'm not eating anything. I'm just not going to comment on it because.
I know that I'm not gonna fucking.
What do you mean? He's gonna talk about that fat sucking suit she's wearing.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Did you say tummy tuck?
Fucking fupa.
Dan, you should be all about tummy tucks, bitches.
I'm all about it. She needs one. That's the before.
I'm ready for a toupee.
You look so natural on people. I love when your forehead moves and the toupee doesn't.
You just need to go in for a Dan gimmick.
I'm not giving up on my hair.
But
Seth, you should try my hair pill too that I invented. Makes your hair grow, makes your dick hard, and helps you urinate.
All at the same time?
All at the same time.
Why the fuck do I don't have a truckload of that shit?
A truckload of that shit?
My God.
You on it, Bubba?
That's cool. Going to skipping parties at the white girl's house.
All right, I'll take a hair pill.
Check a womanizer? No way.
They rock.
When did the womanizing start?
At 5, I was trying to kiss him.
Yeah. But I mean, like, when did it really start?
I just can't be another bald guy with a beard.
Do stuff like that.
No, it's.
I can't. Not yet.
I agree.
Let me see. I can speak freely.
Of course, yes. And we can always cut anything that you don't
You ain't got to
want.
cut nothing.
Okay.
I'm spontaneous. I don't care what it is. Whatever.
I love it, yeah.
Trump is my Lord and Savior.
First time I was 12.
Bizarre. Stuck in Dion's tub.
Seth, did you see who attacked John Cena?
Real man.
Yeah.
See what?
Someone attacked him? Her?
Well, I mean in the ring.
Oh.
You know, they're setting up a storyline with
Randy Orton?
Randy Orton.
Yeah, that was cool.
So they're gonna fucking have Orton take the heat, and that'll be when Cena flips over back to Baby.
No, Orton's a babyface.
Oh, is he?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Might be a battle between, I said yesterday? Battle for, because Orton said he wants that title number to be his.
Orton versus Cena would be a, Orton will eventually get it.
Yeah, he's only 2 away.
Is he about to retire or not really?
No, he's not going to retire yet.
No, Orton ain't.
But I don't think he's going to wrestle forever.
No, I'd say he's probably got maybe 3 years left in him.
Maybe, yeah, but he's pretty.
How about Roman Reigns? Is he going to be wrapping it up too?
No, he's somewhat part-time. He's scaled back a little bit.
Is he over 40?
I think he's 39 or 40.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today, Clement Kush, me and Seth Kushner throwing together a little podcast for y'all. We didn't give you one last week because he had a doctor's appointment or some kind of nonsense, but we'll give one to you this week. And that'll be followed up with an Operation Pigmentation. Lummy, if you could, because I really would like to get some, I literally like, I think we've kind of lost track of this particular thing that I wanted to start doing, and that was cross-promoting different podcasts through different high spots and, having, 40 seconds to a minute of a high spot on various podcasts. I'd like to play, was it JL or JM, the African-American? I'm sorry, he doesn't want to be called that. He wants to be called the black guy. The black guy who called the show last week and completely dressed me down.
LH. Yeah, I
had that ready.
I got to send that to Seth.
Had that ready for Craig and Rio. And I'm not telling them to say, I want their opinion. Like their truly unfiltered opinion of this guy's, call on my show. That's it. Is he right? Is he wrong? Is Bubba, a piece of shiz? Black people don't like Bubba. Bubba shouldn't say the word, shouldn't call black people African American. You should call them black.
It's tough to speak for an entire race.
Yeah, it is. But
and is that really like the trend? Like you can't say African American when that was the only thing you could say a few years ago. Now it's bad. I've
been trained. With Sirius XM and various places that I worked for that had different rules, that you refer to if you're not a black guy, you refer to a black guy as an African American until he corrects you, and or just you don't even have to refer to him as a black guy. You can just refer to him as a friend. But when you're describing a story from somebody that's not in the studio, it's not your friend, and you're trying to describe, like, for instance, I'm looking at this crazy white guy that was sentenced to, the guy who killed 23 people at a El Paso Walmart looks like Weird Al Yankovic had sex with
Tuttle. Do you
and this crazy ass white guy. So, you sometimes have to describe a person that you're speaking about as black or white or Hispanic, woman, man, African American.
You have to capitalize black now, too.
So,
that's grammatically correct to capitalize it.
I'd love Lummy to have that ready for Craig and Rio and let them just pick it apart however they see it, and with no rules. Like, I don't want to skew them anyway. Just like, hey, Bubba, this is a phone call we got last week, and Bubba wanted your opinion on it. The gunman who killed 23 people in a racist attack at Walmart.
What made it racist, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. I guess I don't.
He targeted Hispanics. He had a manifesto.
Oh, really? He said it like it wasn't just because there's 90% Hispanics in that town.
He was all about the Great Replacement theory.
One of the deadliest mass shootings in U.S. history pleaded guilty Monday to capital murder. Patrick Cruises was automatically sentenced to life in prison without parole in the massacre near the U.S.-Mexican border. The change of plea comes after local prosecutors took the death penalty off the table. Oh, So he was
he was charged with capital murder, but then when they take the death penalty off, it's not capital murder; it's just murder.
Yeah. So now, I don't. Is life really worth living if you're treated like a caged rat?
You know, Bubba, I think it's not, and it's expensive to everyone. And I really truly believe that if someone is lock, stock, and barrel guilty of something, like they were caught on the scene doing it, and it's a multiple murder like this, they should just put him in the chipper and fertilize the ground.
Let's not forget
it should be fast, it should be swift, and it should be dramatic. And it would stop these other douchebags from thinking that they can shoot up people and survive in the system for 20 years.
Let's not forget what prison or incarceration and different levels of incarceration, what it's supposed to represent.
So what does it represent to you?
It's supposed to, the way I've always been told, is that prison and in confinement is supposed to be a deterrent, so that the average guy that potentially might do the same thing would say, I don't know if I want to do that or not.
So it's a balance between a deterrent and a punishment. So it's, there's a philosophy on both of those.
Should be both.
It's a little of both. The problem is it creates a different person that when they get out of prison, they're no longer able to function in society. And the chilling effect of the death penalty is supposed to deter people.
Yeah,
but it doesn't, because so many people just work the system, and they finally get killed. By the time you read in the paper, like, Joe Schmo goes to the electric chair for a crime he committed 23 years ago. No one even remembers the guy or the crime or anything like that. All those people that remember reading that in the paper are dead. So that deterrent effect is muted because of the appeal process.
It loses its effectivity.
Yes. And we should be like Russia. Like that, I remember watching a movie where they caught this like really sick guy that was like raping young girls and masturbating on them and killing them.
Whoa.
And as soon as they found out that they found the guy with the knife and the tied up stuff in his bag, and they found him, they talked to him for a couple hours.
Matched the DNA.
They didn't even match the DNA. They knew they got the guy. They had him busted. And as soon as he kind of sort of succumbed to it, and it got done with the interview, they walked him out of the room and they shot him in the freaking head.
There you go.
And that's how we should do it in America.
Cruz, whatever this guy's name is. Crucius has acknowledged that he targeted Hispanics on August 3rd, 2019, when he opened up fire in a Walmart in the Texas border city that was very crowded with weekend shoppers from U.S. and Mexico. He said that he was targeting Hispanic shoppers when he opened fire up at Walmart, which was crowded with shoppers from both sides of the border. El Paso County District Attorney James Montoya declined to pursue the death penalty. Montoya says that decision was driven by the majority of victims' relatives who wanted it to be over. So he's saying that he qualified for the death penalty, but because it's been going on now, going on 7 years, that the victims of the people that died will be like, listen, we're just so tired of this still being in the system. Appeal after changing of attorneys, that we'll just take him being in prison for the rest. If I was a victim, I'd be like, I'm in it for the long haul, and I want the guy dead. I could care how many delays or different, rescheduling of trials and things like that. I want the guy to have to face a jury, to have to say that he did it, for the state to present a great case, and inevitably a jury of his peers says, kill him. He already had been sentenced to 90 consecutive life terms at the federal level after pleading guilty to the hate. So the guy pled, and so here's the deal. The guy pled guilty. So it's not, I don't really think it's that extensive of a trial with a lot of evidence and shell casings and DNA and maps and timelines and what time his phone was pinging from this tower, and here's surveillance of him doing it. The guy pled guilty. He said I did it.
He said he'd been sentenced to 90 consecutive life terms.
Yeah, I think he's stuck there.
Yeah, and he said I did it. Like Danny said, what'd you say? I did it. Can you please say that you're of sound mind and nobody has coerced you into saying what you're saying? Can you please tell us that one more time? I did it. Okay. We're killing him. We're hanging him tomorrow at noon right in front of the courthouse.
You don't like 90 life terms?
No.
Nope.
Hell no.
No, hang on public. The public hanging was a deterrent.
Oh, I loved it.
That movie with Donald Sutherland was in that movie. It was called Citizen X in 1995, and it was based on a serial killer in Russia named Andrei Chikatilo. And after they convicted him, they shot him right in the back of the head, and right afterwards, like literally immediately. You're done. You're guilty. Bye-bye.
Shooting gets a little messy.
Well,
I think, you know what I really think is, I'd do one of two things if I was King Bubba. I do hangings because it's real. It just breaks the neck.
Yeah.
It's where the door, and Dan, here's the thing. I think you're the one that told me that if the noose is on the side, you're good, you're going to die. But if they put the noose anywhere like behind you or you're just going to strangle to death. The only thing that really
it would snap your neck if it was on the side, and so it'd be an immediate death. And if it was in the back, you'd sit there and flop around for a minute or two.
Right.
So, if they liked you,
they would snap your neck.
They would snap your neck.
Now,
if
Dan,
they disliked you, they'd make you suffer.
As a doctor, when your neck snaps, does it kill you instantaneously?
It first of all, it paralyzes you instantaneously below. If it's high enough,
neck on down.
Right. If it's high enough, then it'll stop your diaphragm from moving, and so you stop breathing immediately, and so you'll be dead in less than a minute.
A minute.
But you're still that. Even though you're up there and your neck is snapped, you're not dead.
So you're paralyzed.
You're paralyzed.
That's why
you're dead.
That's why you're not flailing around. Whereas if they put the noose in the front or the back, you're flailing around and trying to get that because you're literally being strangled.
Right. So if it snaps on the neck, snaps on the, if they put it in the side and your neck snaps, you arguably could still be moving your mouth and face for like a minute or two, which would be freaking weird.
If I was, if I was King Clem, I would bring public executions back. But I got to tell you something that's very efficient. And that's a guillotine.
And those heads would talk.
Oh,
those heads would move their mouths for 30 seconds after.
Where it goes into the bucket?
Yep, they pull it up, and the head would still be talking, and the eyes would be blinking, and it was crazy.
Oh my God!
They overused.
But are
that
you
thing.
dead immediately?
Well, I mean, essentially, yeah. I mean, you're separated. You're not unless you're like Deadpool.
I think also, the Winchester 30-06. You got 5 or 6 gunmen. You have a target on the guy's heart. You're at a distance from here to the stage. I think it's 30 feet. And they have, 5 or 6 guys that got, Winchester, 006 or whatever, Dan, those big high-powerful rifles are.
Yeah, 30-06s.
And they have
long action.
5 guys have live rounds, and 1 guy has a dummy bullet, so that you can, always rest at night, let me thinking that you were a dummy bullet, but they have literally a paper target right where your heart is, and your heart has 5 30-06 blown. Like, Dan, that's probably the fastest and most efficient, isn't it? Or
I think the most efficient is the lethal injection. I mean, they put you to sleep, they paralyze you, and then they kill you. And it's quiet, it's peaceful, it's not violent, it's not cruel and unusual punishment. Most people have, even if the third step fails, they don't have pain from the first 2 steps.
Yeah, but the problems they're having with lethal injection is a lot of these pharmaceutical companies, the potassium, whatever the hell it is,
they won't give it to them.
They will not stock up the state penitentiary with the nynite juice that is needed for lethal injection, because they don't want to be liable or have a reputation of making the stuff that makes. Man, if I was Purdue or whatever company makes Johnson and Johnson, Purdue, whatever company makes the lethal injection cocktail, I would be, in today's woke ass snowflake society, I'd be like, you know what? We are the guys that make the lethal injection TT9 juice. We are, and we'll give it to any penitentiary that wants to buy it.
But a lot of people are really against the death penalty, and I think that would be kind of polarizing. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I was a CEO of a company, I was trying to maximize profits.
Grandma might not want to buy her arthritis medicine anymore from that.
Right.
And
again, the death penalty has a lot of people have very strong feelings one way or the other. I do think it's a deterrent. It's certainly the ultimate punishment.
I have strong feelings of not killing somebody if there's any wiggle room or circumstantial evidence. That but if you got DNA, you got surveillance, you got a confession, man.
Why pollute the earth with this human being any longer?
So he initially pled not guilty. The only reason they got all that because they took the death penalty off. His defense said he suffered from lifelong neurological and mental disabilities.
Well, me too.
So that's why the defense was going to say that he was on drugs.
About 100 people of the victims' families were seated in the gallery behind the rows reserved for media. If the plea arrangement proceeds, families will be able to give victim impact statements. Dozens of people made emotional statements during a similar hearing in federal court in 2023 that lasted for 3 days. So for 3 days, you got, the uncle of victim number 22 coming up and I'm not trying to downplay their sorrow, but it's just one after another, after another, after another. Just be easier to kill the son of a bitch. But anyway, Lummy, I didn't even remember in today's world, killing 23
is huge
at a Walmart, and the guy specifically was after a particular group of people. Would be, I think, maybe bigger news today. I don't know.
COVID happened. They went away.
Oh, that's right.
That's why the case is delayed so long.
When white Canadians attack each other, this is how it goes. This is golf cart. This is Canadian golfers get into a fist fight after one group accused the other one of playing too slow.
Oh, that's a problem.
And
it's so annoying, though.
Well, but here, and I've been on both sides of the deal, where where me and my guys have been the slow guys, and we've also been the fast guys because we got a couple old timers in front of us. And man, it's just an underwritten rule where you say, "Hey, do you want to play on through?" Once we go ahead and get up to the green, go ahead and shoot. And even if it's a par 3, Lummy, we'll be, we'll have our heads on a swivel. And then once we get to the tee box, we'll wait and you guys play through because you guys are playing a lot faster than us.
Yeah, and sometimes you also just drive off and or tee off, and then you tell them, "Hey, I teed off. I got 3 balls out there. Just go and
just come tee with us.
Yeah,
and play on through.
Yeah, just play on through past us."
The incident happened at the Two Eagles golf course outside of Vancouver. Tension had been rising throughout the outing due to slow play, but it boiled over when the second group hit a ball too close to the first group. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, if you hit a ball at somebody, the golfers don't like that.
Up our all day. Don't you push me. You pushed me first. You got one back. One back. Oh, you want to push me? Come on, man. Bring it on. Bring it on, buddy. This is retarded.
See, Lummy, this is where
it's pretty rugged.
Yeah. This is pretty rugged, but this is where people, not that I know how to fight, because I don't, but I do have limited wrestling skills when I wrestled in high school and what have you. And 2 grown men who've not been trained to fight look like 2 cats fighting. They literally, grown men look like 2 cats fighting. That's when you go down.
You shoot for the knees.
You shoot. You take them right down, Dan. Take them. You go ahead and tackle them and gain position that way.
And hope that his head hits when he lands, so you can knock him silly.
Well, here's the deal.
Because I've seen that a lot on videos.
But you don't want this is ideal because his head's going to hit the grass. You don't want his head to hit the concrete because you could kill him.
Oh, people get knocked the F out when their head hits the concrete after a takedown.
Dan, if you're in the middle of a golf course fight and you tackle a guy, his head
it's the golf course fight.
His head hits the concrete and he would die.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Someone asked me about fighting, and I'm like, I've never lost a fight. I'm not afraid of anyone.
Dawn,
I'm
you're
afraid
right.
of getting in trouble.
Double leg takedown. You're right, Dawn.
That's right.
It's just you get so much trouble. You win, you're in trouble. You lose, you get your ass
In
whooped.
today's world,
You get sued.
if you are somewhat affluent or you're a name or a celebrity or whatever, have your own business. I mean, Aaron from Average Joe Lummy, he's worth quite a bit of money. If if he would get in a fight, somebody would size him up and try to take his business. But see, here's the deal. Don't sit there and stand up with the guy. Take that guy right to the ground.
You can step in, Justin. You can.
See again.
Why is his shirt off though?
Oh, hold on. Finally, the guy in the blue got one to drop him. Ready? Watch.
You can.
Right on the button.
De-escalate.
And he's not bleeding. Oh, another one.
Crazy. This is crazy, hun.
The guy from the blues just picking him off.
It's like rabbit jabs.
The cops are going
No.
Stop it!
No, guys.
Oh, you want to go?
So that's how it always
So
goes.
where did this guy come from?
I don't know, but
Left field.
Well, hold on. This guy here is the friend of the guy who just got popped 3 times. And he was trying to tell the guy in the blue, back it down, it's over. And the guy in the blue still wants to keep bringing it. And if I'm the guy in the blue, I'm feeling pretty good because I've dropped the guy 2 times and he's bleeding.
And he's walking away now.
And he's walking away with no shirt on.
Look at
Man, right now, you shoot a double.
Yeah.
You shoot a double. The guy's on a hill. You shoot a double.
You have an advantage. He's going back.
Let's take it down a notch, guys.
Can I ask a question?
Wait,
Was the
hold
guy
on,
in the
is that-
blue the
is
slow
that-
guy in the front or the guy in the back?
I don't know. I have no idea who was slow and who was not.
That's got to be a cart girl, right?
Yeah. Did you hear what she said? Let's take it down. I think she is the cart girl.
With the beverages?
Let's take
Yeah,
it.
because there's no woman hanging out with these dudes.
No,
Right.
exactly.
Well, there's that old lady in the black.
Let's take it down a notch, guys.
Let's take it down a notch, guys. We got to play.
Anybody want any Jello shots? I think that would take the edge off. See, look at that's how most men stand up and fight.
Right, punch in
watch,
the air.
Watch how stupid of a right jab this is.
Look at
Horrible. Right now, he's getting ready. He's got his right leg up, so he's automatically because he's trying to charge you. Boom, double leg takedown,
Gone.
and then just start grounding and pounding on his face.
Let's take it down a notch, guys.
Yeah, hey.
We got to play.
up our all day. Don't you push me.
So hold on. Actuality, now that I look at it,
That guy was the most violent
the guy,
in the beginning.
the guy that got his ass whipped, that took his shirt off and ended up with a bloody nose, is the guy that threw the first.
Well, if you listen to the fat guy, he did say he pushed me first, so he had one coming.
You hit up our all day. Don't you push me.
Oh, he barely touched him. He called that a push, and then he over pushed the guy back.
All day. Don't you push me. He pushed me first. You got one back. One back. Oh, you want to punch me? Come on, man.
Hey, did you hear him say
Punch A?
Did you hear him say A?
This is so
Let's go.
GUI, man. This
I
is
know
like-
it
this
is, but it's fun to watch people that don't know what they're doing fight.
I know, but it's
Look at this woman; she got a leg brace.
I know. What are we even like? But what are they even doing?
They're fighting
what-
like
but-
stupid men.
It's what my offensive line coach used to call titty slapping.
Yeah, exactly. Look at, but see when they're sizing each other up, they neither one of them know what they're doing.
Well, just jump somebody at this point. Like, make it interesting.
All right, so
We got
anyway.
a lumberjack match going on.
Meet the U.S. before I go to words, and we'll do this on the backside. Is a U.S. Cardinal running the show? Is now the interim Pope, or is he the guy that's running the show now?
I don't think
Does
this
anybody
is
care?
actual. I think this is probably sensationalized. I think that maybe talking about Cardinal Dugan. Is that who that is? Do they have the name of the Cardinal they're talking about?
I don't know who Cardinal Dugan.
He's the one that we see on Fox all
Hacksaw
the time.
Jim Dugan, but that's all I know.
Yeah, it's
And he was in Vegas over the weekend on Fremont Street because I follow him on Twitter.
You know who's running the Vatican, Bubba? The same guys that have been running the Vatican for the last 3 months while Francis was sick. It's the same guys. It's that little crew.
Probably this whole crew right here on my screen.
Yeah. There's
Right?
a group of guys. Yeah, there's a group of people that have been running it since Francis has been debilitated. It's Doolin, Dr. Doolin. Cardinal Doolin.
Look at this. Homeland Security Secretary Christy Noem's bag, including $3,000 in cash. Her passport.
She had a couple 8-balls to buy.
Is stolen from D.C. Even Seth was like, she's looking. How old is she?
53. She's a grandma.
Dan, I got to tell you,
she killed her dog, right? That really turns me on.
You're really in the, let me help you age gracefully business, are you not?
Mm-hmm.
You have
It's my job.
You got lasers, you got Morpheus machines, you got Botox, you got facelifts, you got nose jobs, you got hair replacement for men. If somebody feels as if they got a like a little bit of a double chin gimmick or whatever, you are in that. That's what your predominant income is, making people look younger.
Yes.
And for 53, she looks pretty damn good.
She looks fantastic.
Damn. We'll get into that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Can you imagine? Now, I got to think, you can tell me, Dan, I got to think that, if you steal, something at a restaurant or whatever, and you're a regular dude, it's X. But if you steal something from a federal,
Oh, they probably could get her all kinds of stuff, probably confidential information.
Yeah, I bet you they'll jack that up.
I'm sure it's
They took her
big
badge. Her
What's
clearance
that,
badge.
buddy?
They took her clearance badge.
Yeah, I'm sure that when you steal something from a federal agent or federal cabinet member or something, that it's a is it called a mitigating or aggravating?
Yeah, it's a multiplier. I'm sure it does that. And Christy Nunn looks awesome. She's doing really, really, really well. She's aging beautifully. Hot dollar killer. That page in her book, that chapter in her book about the dog, submarines her chances of an international or national political career. It really did. She could have been vice president candidate. She would have been better than J.D.
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, she wrote the book and then talked about the dog. She had a bad dog on the farm. They had to put it down.
Okay. So, she bought it. Hi, Kush.
What's up?
I'm well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, so there's 2 packages.
2 packages of
Core water in the front.
Oh.
I didn't know if you saw that.
More?
I just saw it, yeah.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now, back to the show.
Macho Man, don't know if you can hear me or not, but wow, what a great positioning statement. All of that and more. Man, thank you. Thank you, Macho Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, let me tell LM Close, I don't think I have enough bottles left.
Oh, wow.
Of Bubba Army Volume 25. I don't know that I have enough. Like, Merch Crick was telling me this morning. She's like, we only have like 35 bottles left. So
send them like 10.
Okay.
You get the retail space. I mean, that's hard to get these days.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I mean, you might. Now, let me. I don't think on the Bubba Army we didn't put the QR code on the, and we should have, because like a guy rolls up to LM Closes, he actually has a brick and mortar mail close, like he's like a haberdasher.
Maybe you could put like a little sign.
Oh, how about pulling that one out of my ass?
Oh yeah,
haberdasher.
Yeah, that is what a person that runs a male clothing store is, a haberdasher. Look it up.
No, I believe you. I've heard the word.
Good morning, Alexa. Hello.
Good.
Where are you at? Alexa, good morning. Hello, Alexa. Alexa, are you there?
She's sleeping in.
Alexa, hello.
Hello. And happy Earth Day.
I feel like
celebrate. I've been writing poems about our amazing planet.
Please no.
Just ask me for a poem about Earth.
No. Hey, Alexa, what is a haberdasher?
The noun, haberdasher, can have a couple meanings. 1. A retail dealer in men's furnishings, as shirts, ties, gloves, socks, and hats. 2. A dealer in small wares and notions.
Dan, did I not nail it?
Yes, you did.
And do you know who the most popular haberdasher in our country is? Or I don't know if he was
Is it the guy that used to dress Dion?
Nope. Harry S. Truman, our president, at one time was a haberdasher.
Key.
Yeah, so, yes. But let me probably on next year's packaging, so when a guy rolls up to LM Closes brick and mortar male clothing store and he has this on display as the coolest, newest clone that you just must have, the guy doesn't know anything about me. If I had a little QR code on the back, he could take it to our landing page. And we could get it. Like, next thing you know, we got a brand new crazy Bubba Army fan from New Jersey, one by one, my friend.
Or maybe he's just buying the Fat Man Dunks too. All the good.
Which, by the way, you only got 8 days left on that. 8 days to get your order in on the third shoe of my continuing Fat Man Dunks series, modeled after the Jordan 13s. This is my favorite shoe so far.
Nice.
This is my favorite shoe so far. This really makes a statement. People are going to ask you about them. If I don't know how many we've, I think well over. I think we're over a couple hundred.
Sweet.
And so go to Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com, and get what remaining bottles of Bubba Army Alpha Volume 25. And let me, you know what? I bet you I could probably put like 10 bottles aside. Just tell Merch Crick, hey, we're going to send them to LM Clothes to try to spread the love up in the Jersey area.
Yeah.
So get me, I think LM Clothes has ordered stuff from us.
Yeah, he sent his address, stuff like that to Merch Crick.
All right, cool.
I got
All
it.
right, so I'll get him 10 bottles up there.
Awesome.
Okay? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's bag, including $3,000 in cash stolen from a D.C. restaurant. Department of Homeland Security. And I got to think, man, like if you steal Seth's wallet or Phoebe's purse or Merch Crick's purse or Ashley's purse, that's one thing.
Oh, yeah.
I also think the volume of what is I think when you steal something, Dan, you're a lawyer, but I think when you steal something, the value of what you've stolen is considered in the processing of what type of crime. You know, if you stole $5, but if you stole something that's worth thousands of dollars, I think it takes it up to like a grand theft kind of deal.
Yes, and so if you steal a nice purse, I'm sure it wasn't a crappy purse.
It's a Louis Vuitton purse,
$3,000 in it. Right there, you got $6,000. If it's a Louis Vuitton purse with $3,000 in it, you're talking $7,000 of value right there alone.
Yeah, $3,000. I mean, when you're putting $3,000 just on the purse,
right?
That's part of the theft.
Purse.
Do you know why she had a bunch of blank checks?
No,
I didn't know if anybody still rolled around with checkbooks, but I mean they could get.
She said,
"I do."
What the report is?
I just wrote it. I had to physically write a hard check yesterday.
We write checks in our office.
Yeah, none of your business. I mean, I'm just doing business with people. But here's the thing, man. Let me if you're a part of the government. And you're the head. Now, she's the head of Homeland Security, which I'm assuming that puts you in a cabinet position, correct?
Yeah, it's pretty bad, too, because she had Secret Service with her.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they're not a bag patrol. I mean, they can look out for her body, but...
They're looking for an unknown white man. He was wearing a mask.
Oh God.
Wearing a mask? Well, hold on.
A medical mask.
Oh, there you go.
That's what they're saying.
Anyway,
she gives so many people the license to hide.
Yeah.
I've just been. I would just be waiting for them to use the credit card or something, right? I mean, they're probably going to get brought up in all sorts of weird charges.
I'm sure that they took the cash, they took whatever's not traceable, and then ditched everything else.
You think they knew who she was?
Well, they'll quickly find out when they open up and see that she's got a badge and a government ID, and you'd have to be absolutely. Bam, 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 not to realize that you've stolen something from a very powerful person. At that point, Lummy, you probably need to put on some gloves and you need to probably get some Lysol and wipe down the entire purse.
What do you mean? Toss it in the dumpster. It's over.
Yeah, what about your fingerprints?
But burn it.
What, Bubba? You think they're going to go on a manhunt for a purse? I mean,
yes.
No,
no, they are because
they're going to go. They're going to go on a manhunt for this purse because all of her federal credentials were in there. They have blank checks, so that they have routing numbers.
They could just deactivate all that stuff.
Yeah, I know. Or they could go looking for it, which is they're going to do that. And they're going to try to... So
you mean like a search and rescue team, Bubba?
Yes.
No, but they'll send like 3 or 4 dudes out to try to search. They'll go look at the surveillance to try to identify the guy, see how much surveillance they have on the outside, where he came from, if they got a possible license plate number. I mean, they're just not going to kick this to the curb and say, hey, Christy, hey, Chris, what's her name, Christy?
Yeah, Christy knows.
Hey, Christy, go out and get new credentials and a new driver's license and new checks and new badges and all that kind of stuff. They're going to try to find, because they want to penalize this guy. I mean, they want to make an example out of this
She should
guy.
have somebody holding her purse for her anyways when
Yeah.
she's out.
She should.
Well, just to answer Seth's question, she had the cash and blank checks because she was going to buy gifts for her children. She was with her children and grandchildren for Easter.
And what, she was going to write
She
checks
might
at
be-
KB
yeah.
Toys?
Yeah.
Come on, Lummy.
She might be the hottest grandma in the world.
No, Palin
and
was.
Dan said, man, this Christine Nome chick, she really probably had a much more luxurious political career ahead of her based on her look, based on her position. If she hadn't written the one chapter of her book where they had a rabid dog and they had to, listen, she's from like Montana or North Dakota or something.
Yeah.
And people do things, that's very farmy. It's a very farmy, rural area.
And I believe it was a dog that kept biting people. It was a bad dog. If that happens in Tampa, the pound takes him and they put him to sleep.
Right. If it happens in Tampa,
your dog bites 2 people, 2 kids in Tampa.
Here's the thing.
Bye-bye.
Here's the thing, Dan. People, it's just like that steak. It's just like that steak. Boy, that steak tastes good as hell. But you don't want to see how you got that steak,
right.
Farm to table. The
whole that 2 part you don't want to see.
That whole, hold on, from the field to your table at Ocean Prime, Dan. You don't want to see the chain. You don't want to visually
chain of custody,
right? Little Danny that likes that petite fillet, 8-ounce fillet. He doesn't want to see that Elsie the cow got shot in the head. Been shot in the head with a .22,
right?
And then processed through a rendering place.
They gutted it. All the entrails came out. Then they skinned it,
right.
And then they started quartering it.
Then it got hung up by its hoofs and had to dry for 2 or 3 days as all the blood the blood comes out, and then they bandsaw it up, and then at that point they package it and sell it to a purveyor. A purveyor then puts it in the warehouse and then sells it to Ocean Prime. But at one time, little Elsie and that 6-ounce prime rib that you got, she was free and having a great time chewing on her cud and eating grass.
And then she got scar-faced in the shower.
And so, listen, when a dog bites somebody and it's a rabid or it's just a bad dog. And it's, when you live in North Carolina, when you live in North Dakota or Montana, you take it out back and you probably do what she did. If you live in Tampa, you call
animal control
on me.
And they take care of it.
And they take it out back.
Who's a hotter grandma, her or Lauren Bobbitt? The Colorado chick.
Bobert.
Send me pictures.
Bobert.
Send me pictures of Bobert.
Because Bobert's a little younger, too. I sent him to you.
Did you send it to me?
Yeah.
She's not as wealthy, though. Like,
now, is she
rich.
Is she a grandma, too, Bobert?
Yeah, she's a grandma now.
She's not even 40, is she?
No, 1,000 times.
38.
Bobert.
She's the one that got in trouble in the theater?
Yeah. She's the one
she's
that
naughty.
messing with Kid Rock. Now you're on some other chick, Bubba. I don't.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I get all checked out. I don't know, man. I don't know that Bobert. I don't know.
The girl next to her, Ana Paulina Luna's hotter than her.
That's from our own backyard.
I know.
Yeah.
Man, you got Bobart is I'm surprised. She stands
I still think Christine Nome. Bobart's quite at least 10 years younger, is she not?
Yeah, but Bobart stands on her own, not just as like a hot politician, but just a hot naughty MILF or a GILF.
Hot naughty MILF. Oh, look at this. What's this going on here?
Well, I think they said she went back and had sexual relations with Kid Rock.
Really?
Yeah, recently.
Bobart did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Like during the campaign?
It was right after the win?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
All celebratory?
Yeah.
We won.
I think Bobart might be more naturally pretty and doesn't rely on as much makeup and stuff. I think. And who's the isn't Bobart the naughtier girl?
Yes.
She was the one that was making out with her boyfriend, whatever her date was, at a particular play, and they were hitting the vape pen.
Yeah.
And then they got thrown out. Remember that?
And I think they were fooling around in the theater too, right?
Did she survive that?
Rubbing the corduroys off her.
Did she rerun for office? In
a different district.
So hold on. So she had to go to a different district?
Yeah, she's bounced around a little bit, but she knows how to get elected.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, is this her too, Lummy? Gorgeous Lauren Bobart.
I guess, yeah.
And she speaks cleverly. Like, she's an intelligent woman, Bobart.
Yeah.
You know, you may not agree with her positions, but when you see her questioning people, like in hearings, she's pretty thorough and she's pretty effective.
Well, back to Kristi Noem. The Secret Service, which provides security for Noem, reviewed security cameras. Security camera footage at the Capitol restaurant and saw an unknown white male wearing a medical mask. See, Dan, you're right. Still, I would make wearing a medical mask now illegal in public.
It's just like the old Wild West, Bubba. They put that little bandana over their nose and their face, and they were suddenly invisible.
Right.
And people can, without any question, walk around with a goddamn mask, and you have no idea who they are.
Yep.
It's wrong.
We have normalized people wearing masks, and we are, listen, newsflash, we're not in a pandemic.
Nope.
We don't have to separate 6 foot.
Nope.
We don't have to worry about people breathing on you.
Nope.
You should have built natural antibodies for the COVID, regardless if you got vaccinated or not.
Yes.
We've built them. It's no longer a thing. It's COVID is the flu.
Right. And the only reason a person should wear a mask is if they are sick and they're going in public. But to think that the mask is going to prevent you from getting any airborne illness, especially the masks that people wear, are constantly touching
and
are constantly pulling off their face.
Most of the masks that people wear are not the N95 real medical masks that work.
Which is still grossly inadequate because they're not worn properly. As soon as you pull it off your face, you've broken the seal. And so, yeah, it's all a game. It was all control. And so now wearing a mask, like you said, Bubba, should be illegal.
Yeah. And unless you are, something kind of autoimmune. Like, Dan, there could be some circumstances where
just
people
had a bone marrow transplant.
Something like that.
Yeah, but those guys, okay.
That's 1% of the mask wearers.
It's less.
The thief got away with Noem's driver's license, medication, apartment keys, passport, DHS badge, makeup bag, blank checks, and about $3,000. So think about this, she had to go and probably get her apartment rekeyed.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
She has to.
Because you'd have her address too.
Yeah, you have to cancel that. You have to close that bank account.
Move maybe.
And get a new one. And then you have to get all new credentials with regards to, being the head of Homeland Security.
And did she leave her purse on the back of her chair and get up and go to the bathroom? And that's how it got stolen?
The Secret Service has launched an investigation to trace any use of Noem's financial instruments. Her entire family was in town, including her children and grandchildren. She was using the withdrawal to treat her family to dinner, activities, and Easter gifts. Law enforcement experts have raised concerns about whether the incident, which involved a thief getting so close to the cabinet official and then absconding with her belongings, may have been a lapse in security. You think? You think? I would think that there would be a Secret Service agent that she had two. She should have two. One that follows her everywhere she goes, including the bathroom, and then one that sticks by the table, and
watches her stuff, make sure no one's waiting for her when she gets back.
Yeah. Or
scouts the room
and watches over her family.
Mm-hmm.
This is a security breach that actually has high consequences and needs immediate and further review by the Secret Service and DHS and other law enforcement partners, said Jack Wackrow, of a CNN law enforcement analyst and former Secret Service agent. So anyway, it looks like they don't have any idea as to who may have done it. But if you did do it, you better not even think about using that credit card for anything. You better grab that cash. If she's got some good medication pills, like, she could have had some Addies or something like that.
Yeah, grab those.
Grab those. and burn. Don't throw it in a dumpster.
Burn it.
Go out in the middle of somewhere that there's no cameras with a can of gas and burn that Louis Vuitton right to the ground. Boom. Because, Dan, I think when you burn something, it takes the fingerprints off.
It usually does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
When I return, Lummy, we're going to get into the Shannon Sharpe deal.
All right.
Shannon Sharpe says, bitch, sue me all you want. I got receipts. Meaning, I got some of the dirty texts that you sent me. And now, see, I don't know if that exonerates you. I mean, does it?
We talked about aggravating and mitigating circumstances. And so aggravating circumstances, you have a gun or you're attacking a cop or a government official. A mitigating circumstances, though, even if she at any time withdrew her consent, it's a valid withdrawal of consent. But to show that, she went to him, she started texting him, dirty texts, and there's some confusion with that, then yes, it would be a mitigating circumstance.
So one would argue that I can type, or as a woman, I can type anything I want. Mm-hmm. Seth, I want to take all 9 of your inches, and I want you to bend me over and just break me down like a shotgun. I want you to do this. I want you to take me around the farm, choke me out. I just want every inch
Number
of your...
blocked. Sorry. I can't have this in my life.
I was doing so good, and now I got this. I got tickets to Blink 182. I want to go front row with you, buddy. I want to give you
landing tickets on the ice for the playoffs.
I want to give you oral all the way to the venue and back. So I mean, you can have all of that in text, but the bottom line is, once you're in person, all that texting stuff gets thrown right on out. And unless you have some type of recording from your home that would state otherwise, that she wanted it or not, or she was wanting what she's describing in these texts. I mean, these texts, I think, do help Shannon Sharpe. I think they do help him a lot to show the type of person she potentially is or could be, and that it might be a money grab. Let me tell you this. I think the texts that he got certainly don't hurt him, but I don't think it also doesn't exonerate him either.
It didn't help Michael Tyson. I mean, he knew that girl was coming over. She came over to his hotel room late at night on her own free will, and he still went to jail for years for rape.
I got to tell you, I know a guy that worked for the Indianapolis Police Department who was pretty high up and said that guy, that Mike Tyson, absolutely got railroaded.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely got railroaded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Indiana is still got active members there's still cells of Indiana where there's active KKK members.
And they don't like black people there. Nope, they don't.
I'm just telling you.
I remember Raheem Morris,
head coach of the Buccaneers when you were a team doctor.
He wasn't the head coach. He was an assistant coach at that time. And Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers today, were out one night after
in Indy
during the combine, and this cop out of nowhere just started messing with Raheem just because he was black. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He just came up and just wanted to kick him out of the bar. And Kyle Shanahan got involved in it because he saw the injustice, and they both ended up going to jail. They got out of it eventually because the cop was being a dick. But he stepped up.
But getting out of it eventually doesn't take from the fact of the uncomfortable amount of hoops you got to jump through,
including money,
including being incarcerated for a period of time in the downtown Indianapolis lockup.
And I'm glad that both were able to come back and become head coaches at some point. It didn't ruin their professional careers because they got a rogue arrest. I
got to tell you, man, Raheem is Raheem. Lummy is Raheem.
Falcons.
Yeah.
He was with the Falcons.
Listen, Raheem's run at the Bucs didn't help his NFL stock.
No, he was immature. He was young. He wasn't ready.
But what he has done with the Falcons, I think, has made him a legitimate coach.
I agree, Bubba. And he's such a great guy. He's a really Really nice guy, and he.
Somebody
he's had
said
houses around
somebody
here.
said that he's a player's coach.
Yep, they
he's
loved
very
him.
much a player's coach.
But sometimes, see, the problem was that even if you're a player's coach, there has to be a line.
He used to hang out with the players, didn't he?
Yeah, and that was the
he'd go to
problem.
Burns.
He was too close to him. He was a little too close. There needs to be a little bit of a separation. And my dad always said that. As a doctor, he goes, you got to be friends with these guys, but up to a point.
Can I ask you?
There's got to be a line.
We have to go to words, and we're going to get into the Shannon Sharpe stuff next. Can I ask you a question? Out of all, your dad coached for John McKay, Ray Perkins, Sam Weich,
Lehman Bennett.
Lehman Bennett. Tony Dungy.
Perkins. Ray Perkins, the biggest a-hole in the world.
Ray Perkins.
The only one that's a bigger dick than Ray Perkins was
Schiano.
Schiano was a dick, but the other guy, the Parcells.
Bill Parcells was never here.
He almost was.
Yeah.
He was such a dick. We avoided getting him, thank goodness.
If your dad was alive and I could ask him this question and said, Joe, give me the best guy you ever worked for and the worst. Can you be your dad's spokesman and answer that question?
Ray Perkins, the worst. And the best was Gruden. That was his favorite. That was his favorite time. He loved John McKay. They were really close. But Gruden was his favorite.
But see,
he probably thought Gruden was a character, didn't he?
He loved it. Yeah. He loved it. It's like Dad and I look at Gruden, especially at that time, like that's how we would be a coach.
Would he ever go and say, Joe, this guy gonna be okay? Can I get him on the field, Joe?
He'd always do that. He'd say, Joe, and he'd pull him aside. He goes, what do you think? And Dad would say, he goes, okay, you're the man, you're the boss, whatever you say, Joe. He gave Dad complete deference.
So
wasn't Gruden just in his late 30s or something?
Yeah.
Too early on?
Late 30s, early 40s. He was young.
I really like. You know what, Seth? I really, really, really appreciate his comeback. He's making a comeback right now.
Sure is.
No, he did. Look, he sat out. He still did his thing. He still was involved with football and breaking down film. And Barstool has the money and absolutely brilliant to go ahead and get him. And now he's starting to get eased. He's in the Buccaneers, Ring of Honor again. And at some point, he'll get an NFL job, whether it's in the media, like Monday Night Football, or whether it's a coach. He'll be in an NFL organization very soon.
And you know what? Quite frankly, the league needs a character like him.
Yeah, they could use that.
He's good for the league, and you know what? The front office of the league did him dirty.
They did, and they're going to pay for it.
He's still got that collusion.
There's a huge. He's got $100 million lawsuit.
Let's not
against
forget
them.
this,
and a valid one.
Let's not forget this. Colin Kaepernick quietly won or settled for $75 million based on the NFL being able to prove that general managers were talking amongst each other about him being a distraction and him not being, don't hire this guy.
Tim Tebow should have done the same thing.
Well, yeah.
Because he was an innocent distraction. Just because he liked God,
that
was a distraction. And they colluded to avoid him.
And they certainly, the NFL colluded against Kaepernick, against Gruden.
Yep, they sure did. Absolutely, they went after him as a unit.
But he's back. That's going to be his mailbox money.
Yeah,
and I love what the guy's doing. Let me do some words. We'll come back with the Shannon Sharpe stuff.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Can you follow the second one?
Looks like he has that under review or going into arbitration or something.
They're going to settle. They don't want discovery. That's why.
Yeah. But yeah, judges, I guess the Nevada Supreme Court voted 2-1 to dismiss it.
He'll go above it.
Huh?
He'll go above that.
Oh yeah, he said the last article
He said it doesn't care how long it takes. He's going to get justice. He says, I don't care how long it takes. I don't need the money. I'm making a point. Gizzard lips, golden egg layer, Mon stank finger, Doc 7. Cat, let's go back over here. So, Vin 212, what's up, the Floridian? Knock, knock. DK, again, Xerxes. Yeah, he is a guy's guy.
I'm going to do a steps.
Okay. What's up, Kabuki Jones?
Liz. I agree. More coleslaw. TJ Roy, I understand. Makes sense. Yeah. So creatine too.
Sure did. Eat more coleslaw.
Aaron Sheets, I'm with him that. Maybe she had cocaine in her purse, that's fine.
Yeah, he's appealing it. But it looks like it hasn't really gone any worse than that.
Somebody was never giving up on that one.
Well, yeah, so it looks like it. So probably they'll settle out of court? Or you think won't settle?
I don't know. Baldwin's a dickhead. What? They're still outside of court?
Do you think so?
Yeah, they want this. They want discovery.
Would he take it?
Yeah, he'll sell outside of court. He said he would love to have discovery. They won't do that, but he wants to nail him somehow. Either let him expose himself to discovery or write him a check. And thank you, Kenny Powers.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. See you tomorrow, douchebag. In fact,
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Power Pay.
Turn him up. Tips.
But the kid is not my son.
Tip.
Michael Jackson.
by Baldwin.
Oh.
Is it Friday yet? LOL. Shit.
What's up? I gotta call you the police. I gotta get some drink fast. Anybody need anything from the fridge?
Nobody.
I'm good, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I've got to cancel all recordings for today. If I wanted to locate a Saturn, where would I start?
A Saturn car?
Yeah.
For what?
Nostalgia?
Nostalgia? You wanna buy a Saturn?
I mean, probably, arguably, one of the worst cars ever made. That's why General Motors stopped making them, so that you could have nothing but a straight fucking headache on your car.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios, aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just got a text from my good friend Todd Steps, owner. Well, his father founded Steps Towing. Todd's the heir apparent, or is the man, I should say.
Mm-hmm. He towed a bunch of Saturns.
800-330-8651. If you got a lockout, dead battery, flat tire, in the ditch, whatever you may or may not need, towing-wise, flat, doesn't matter what you got, from a semi to a hazardous material situation, to just, a blown tire on the side of the road, Steps Towing will take care of you. 800-330-8651. Tell the dispatch, Bubba Army 2025. That'll get you 10% off. Lummy, he asked me yesterday, he needs 350. This is going to be so cool. He needs 350 Bubba Army stickers. Every Steps Towing truck and flatbed and rotary and everything's going to have a Bubba Army sticker on it.
All right.
That's nice.
So thank you, Steps Towing, the official towing company of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, and been Bubba Army for a long, long time. Shannon Sharpe. Oh, here we go. This is the Shannon Sharpe thing. First of all, he's scheduled to be on today's Tuesday. Is he on First Take every day or just selected days? Seth?
I think it depends as far as what day there's an excessive amount of basketball happening. I know during the NFL season, I believe he was on like Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. But there's just I don't know the rhyme or reason to the schedule at all.
Yeah, well during the week he's on Tuesdays.
All right, so Tuesdays.
From now.
Yeah, so it said here will make his regularly scheduled Tuesday appearance on ESPN's First Take. So maybe when they're not in football season, they back him down to once a week.
Yeah, he just goes on and talks about how great the Lakers are every single week.
And he and his let's not forget that he is. Made a huge, splash in the podcasting world with Club Shay Shay. That is what arguably one of the most popular podcasts around sports-oriented pod. Not even that. He deals with like he'll bring in Lil Wayne. He'll bring in like Cat Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Like it didn't have to be sports related. It's just it's a very popular podcast. Dion goes on it, and I think Seth, that's where he makes the majority of his money. Didn't he announce that his production company, which produces Club Shay Shay, had cut a 9-figure deal?
Yeah, and he's also got Nightcap with Ocho Cinco, which is a popular one also.
That gets all included in the deal.
It's part of the whole package.
Yeah.
Shannon Sharpe.
I think Skip Bayless is kicking his ass right now, or kicking himself right now.
Skip Bayless probably ain't worth.
Well, I'm saying he could have had a chance to be with Shannon.
I mean, if he would have been cool to Shannon, you think Shannon would have brought Skip?
No.
I don't think. Listen, I think Shannon completely did the right thing, and he used Skip Bayless to get his feet underneath him and establish some television cred and some sports television cred. And then when Skip made an ass out of himself, the nearly 90-year-old, probably racist, don't like black people, and that's just my opinion. He comes across as a get-off. Skip Bayless tries to be cool, and I know tries to play. I think the only really influential African-American he knows is Lil Wayne, and he tries to have Lil Wayne stick up for him. But Skip Bayless to me, comes across as that angry grandpa white guy, get off my lawn kind of guy.
I mean, he's getting older. He's on. He just did one of those debate specials on Jubilee where it was him versus 20 other guys who thinks LeBron's the GOAT, and then he was arguing for MJ.
Was he on with Stephen Smith?
Yes,
that was the guy who was on with Stephen Smith.
They were the original, yeah.
When what's the guy's name? Shepard, the cornerback, just reamed.
No, the guy from
Richard Sherman.
Yes. Sherman. Yes, that was the
Sherman
best ass reaming I've ever seen.
Let me see if you can find me that exchange. That Richard Sherman, Skip Bayless exchange.
I know you're a big fan of Steve Smith, but Steve Smith did not want any part of that. He kept his mouth shut and stayed out of it.
Steve Smith did exactly what he should have done, and that's take a step back and let these two fight it out, because there's no winning for him. If he sticks up for Skip Bayless, then he's now shown the players that he's not their guy. If he sticks up for the players, he now has shown the corporation and Skip Bayless and the people that he draws a paycheck, that he's kind of a sellout, and he stepped back and played that beautifully. In my opinion. Did you send it, Lummy?
I'm sending it right now.
I saw it live, and I thought he was. I read it differently, and I'm not gonna dog him because you like him, but I thought it was.
Listen,
I thought he should have come to the defense of his co-host.
Well, I mean, if your co-host is wrong, and your co-host is wrong, I mean, listen. Sometimes, if I was really, really, really wrong, and Seth thought I was wrong, Seth might take a step back and let me bury myself. Seth, I mean...
Hey, I didn't jump in when LH called.
You son of a bitch.
Good do you really believe you are? Because you got people out there looking at you and saying, he's just talking smack. How good do you believe you are?
See, Steve Smith threw the bomb. He started the whole, like,
What a stupid question. How good do you think you are?
Right, and that's the antagonistic question. That's what pissed off Sherman, and then he ended up attacking the white guy.
I believe my numbers speak for themselves. I mean, my tape speaks for itself. My tape is my resume. That's what I leave it up to. I mean, you can say whatever you want. Skip can say whatever he wants, but Skip, whenever you refer to me, whenever you speak...
Now, hold on now.
See?
No, Dan, you don't know the backstory. The backstory that Skip had a continual problem with him, had always talked about how he was overrated, how he wasn't as good as his numbers, how he's, not, that wasn't Stephen A. Smith's underlying agenda, but
he did launch the question.
He asked the question, but Skip Bayless had a history of always talking smack about Richard Sherman. So Richard Sherman had those receipts and was going to now present those to Skip Bayless. Now, Stephen A. Smith, that very well may have been written for him, or it may have came organically. But, it doesn't matter who asks the question. At this point, Richard Sherman's addressing one of the two hosts that has had the biggest problem with him. Stephen A. Smith hadn't questioned Richard Sherman's ability and was not as critical of Richard Sherman. It was almost part of Skip Bayless's shtick, is that he would always mess with Sherman. Yeah. And Sherman kept receipts of that, and that's how this all started.
Say whatever he wants, but Skip, whenever you refer to me, whenever you speak to me, whenever you address me as all-pro Stanford graduate, because those are some accomplishments you can aspire to, you will never accomplish. You have never accomplished anything. So, but...
That would be like somebody, Dan's critical of you, and they're not a doctor, and they're not a plastic surgeon, but they're very critical of you, and you say to them, hey, Jerry Numbnuts, when you talk to me from now on, and he'd been on his radio show talking smack about Dr. Dan Diaco and your work, and, you're just not pro you, very critical of you, and you would say, hey, Jerry Numbnuts that's interviewing me, from now on when you talk about me, I like for you to say Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire, because you know what? I have a law degree, and I'm a licensed doctor, two things that you never will become. And Dan, I've seen you correct people when they're being somewhat disrespectful, and you say, including your law professor, when he would call you Mr. Diaco within day 1 or 2 of you taking night at Stetson Law University that you finished, by the way, number 1 in your class, you told your law professor, address me as Dr. Diaco. I'm a doctor.
Everybody say address me as all-star Duke graduate. It's
It's not. It's the same. It's the same.
If someone was a professional critiquer of medicine and that's what they did for a living, and they critiqued me, it would be different.
And they did it.
Than
And
some
hold on.
just going out of their way to
Guess
criticize.
What? And that critiquer was not a doctor. And that critiquer was not a lawyer. They don't have either one of those standings, and yet they're critiquing you about your ability to be a doctor or a lawyer. You would say the same or something similar to what Richard Sherman said. And you would say, hey, sir, when you're going to start talking about me one way or the other, make sure that you call me Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire if you're going to criticize my body of work, because I'm a doctor and I'm a lawyer, two things that you will never be.
Now, Bubba, I just want to make something very clear here. I remember when this interview happened in real time. I remember the plays that they were kind of referring to. I remember the heroic plays he made to save that game in that playoff game or the game at the end of the season. And they interviewed him and he was all fired up. I have absolutely no criticism of how Richard Sherman reacted to this. My criticism is how the guy that asked the question stepped back and let his partner get his ass reamed. That's what I find fault with. I think Richard Sherman was brilliant in his response.
That's a different conversation.
Right. That's what my criticism is that Stephen A. Smith, Mr. Badass African American, did not step up to his partner.
Well, let's watch it.
Show.
Let's watch it and see if Mr. Badass African American had an opportunity after lobbing a big softball,
lobbing a hand grenade.
So
he threw a Molotov cocktail into it.
Just so the comments that really made Richard Sherman mad before this whole thing that Skip Bayless made was Skip Bayless said that he was better at life than Richard Sherman, and that Richard Sherman never accomplished anything in his life, and that Skip Bayless is better at everything.
Yeah, so Skip Bayless said, Dan,
smoking crack. I mean, stalking smack himself.
Yeah, saying he's better at life than Richard Sherman. And Richard Sherman's never really accomplished anything in his life.
Man, that was the downfall of sports TV, and I just didn't see it coming right at that moment.
Hold on.
Telling a guy in the NFL he's never accomplished anything is just, woo! Went to Stanford. It's crazy.
I'll better you one. The downfall of sports TV is when Jim Rome called Chrissy Everett.
That was the peak, Bubba.
And he went over there and gave Jim Rome the good news and I think threw him down on the ground.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he blocked him off his chair.
Yeah,
that was peak.
You have never accomplished anything. So, but
I mean, if you got 8 interceptions, which is second in the NFL, you got 3 forced fumbles from last season. You're all pro.
Well, let's take it, Bubba. Let's look at it from his career's over. He's a Hall of Famer. I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. So
I mean, so Skip Bayless was wrong. Very wrong. And I know, Dan, that your criticism comes with how Stephen A. Smith just... Listen, Dan, sometimes in broadcasting, it's a technique where you just take a step back and let the guy that asked the question take the heat. And it's just that's
the whole point.
You're kind of hanging your guy out to dry a little bit.
The guy that asked the question didn't get any of the heat. He shifted to the guy that didn't ask the question, and the guy that asked the question asked it in an inflammatory way.
The guy that asked the question was never critical of this guy all during the year. Skip Bayless had prior to this interview had a history of saying Richard Sherman, and maybe Richard Simmons, Richard Sherman hadn't accomplished anything in life, and that Skip Bayless does life better than this guy.
Yeah, right.
Anything. So, but those things are on my resume. Those are what I've done. It's my second year in the NFL, going on my third. I mean, you tell me who's wrong.
Okay, I'll accept that. I think I've accomplished more in my field than you have in yours, though you're just getting started.
So I'm the top of my field. So I'm all pro. I'm the best, one of the best 22 players in the NFL. You're going to brush it off, but I don't think you're the best 22 anything in sports and in media and anything. I think you think more of yourself than you actually can.
And at this point, Dan, this conversation is between Sherman and Skip.
Yeah.
I mean, this conversation it's those two talking.
Stephen A.
Smith. Hold on. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. Stephen A. Smith played this thing about as good as you could play it.
Yeah.
He beautifully played
this.
Well,
they both know what good TV is, and that's what they're in it for.
Prove. But
okay. You think you're better?
I'll tell you, this is such good TV that 15 years later we're playing it. Right?
Yeah,
it was a moment.
Like
it was a defining moment of television,
which makes it unbelievable TV, and that's what Skip and Stephen A. Smith have gone. We're trying to make, and both have gone on to be successful.
And this is coming back around to the Shannon Sharpe text messages.
Prove. But
okay. Do you think you're better than Darrelle Revis is right now?
In my 24 years of life, I'm better at life than you.
Okay.
So
all right, that's fair.
Let's get down to that.
Let's not get personal here. I just want to know.
It's not
do you think you're better than Darrelle Revis is right now?
I'm better than you. I have nothing to say about him. I mean, that's pretty much done. My numbers speak for themselves.
Now you want to trash talk me, which is totally cool with me.
Actually, I'm on a campaign to do a lot of community service.
I know you are at your high school. We're going to talk about that in just a minute.
High school, speaking to high school kids.
What's your goal? Richard, what's your motive here?
To be the best NFL corner in.
Okay, but do you want to promote yourself into a bigger name, a household name, so that you can do more commercials and maybe have your own show? Is that your goal?
The first team All-Pro is my goal. I accomplished it. So now it's on to bigger and better things.
I mean, really, as an NFL player, first team All-Pro is
his second year.
Your ultimate achievement, other than taking your team and winning, contributing.
To Super Bowl?
To a Super Bowl victory.
Which he did too.
And he did that too.
And is he doing any kind of media now? Because he's the kind he is doing media now. So he's gonna have he's got a lifelong career in this.
He's
a smart guy.
He kicked Skip Bayless's ass.
Yes.
And then went on to do what he said and had a great career, won a Super Bowl, first team all, and has a successful media outlet as well.
God bless him.
Those are always going to be my goals. Fine. That is perfectly fine because I understand that. I am intelligent enough, capable enough to understand that you are ignorant, pompous, egotistical, cretin. And that's really what it comes down to. And I'm going to crush you on here in front of everybody because I'm tired of hearing about it.
I think you're having a problem crushing me because you've avoided every question that we've asked you about why you're engaging in so much trash talk.
And Stephen A. Smith does step in, Dan, and says, "Can you all stop? Can you all stop?"
With Revis and Roddy and all the others.
I'm talking to you right now. This isn't about any of them. So let's talk here, right now. I mean, you're bringing up old stuff. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about right here, right now. On the screen, it says 12 picks, 4 forced fumbles, and 2 NFL seasons. Let's talk about that.
Okay,
until
Richard,
otherwise spoken.
Richard, you're not letting the numbers speak for themselves. You're speaking for Richard Sherman. Again and again and again, you're taking away the focus of how good you were the last 2 years on the field because you're only becoming known for your trash talking.
Because you're not listening. You're not actually paying attention.
That's all I can do.
What you said earlier today was apparent. It was obvious that you didn't watch the season. You didn't watch my tape. You said I'm not even in the same class, the same discussion.
You're not.
That's when you lose credibility. That's when you lose credibility.
No, I don't.
Because
I gained
you couldn't argue valid points to prove that.
To me, as just a guy, Richard Sherman owned Skip Bayless. Owned him.
Yep.
Argue anything. You could just say it. That's an opinion, and that's why your opinion is discredited because there's no facts behind it. There are facts to everything I say. There are facts that support things I say. Explain to me your facts.
All right, so that's enough of that. So,
Shannon Sharpe.
Shannon Sharpe releases X-rated texts allegedly with woman accusing him of rape in a $50 million lawsuit. Well, I mean, I don't know that this. I think this is not.
Yeah,
I think this is one of the. I think this is one of the click deals.
After Katie's historic Blue Origin.
It just has like a quick little snippet of it.
Talking about the plane ride.
Shannon Sharpe's alleged explicit text messages with the woman suing him for rape and battery have been revealed. Sharpe's legal team insisted that the $50 million lawsuit filed by the woman, whom Page 6 will refer to as Jane Doe, is filled with lies, distortions, and misrepresentations. Before releasing numerous text exchanges the two allegedly had between March 2023 and January of this past year. Doe alleged that the NFL player turned broadcaster, age 56, sexually assaulted her multiple times at the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025. According to the text messages released by Shannon Sharpe's legal team on March 5th of 2 years ago, Doe allegedly texted Sharpe a picture of a woman tied up in a compromising position and said, "Tie me up like this and F me." To which he replied, "If I knew how to, I would." Okay.
All right.
So is that really into tying up people? Is that what he's kind of implying?
I think that, yeah.
Like it's a little beyond him.
I think he's saying that he's never done that before.
Right,
and if he knew how to do it, he would. I think that's like saying,
cray-cray.
okay. She allegedly wrote back, "It's okay. I have handcuffs. You can stick to those for now. I want to be in that position right now." When Sharpe told her it was too late now, Doe allegedly responded, "I guess I'm just gonna have to F myself in the
A-frame,
in the rectum with my dildo." Then,
wow.
On March 23rd, 2023, she allegedly sent him, I want to be abused, Daddy." On April to, boy, I got to tell you, man, I usually try to keep my phone deleted of all the clutter. Might want to say this is prime example of saving your texts, or can you go to your phone company if you've deleted texts and still get them?
I don't know. Some you can, some you can't.
I mean, I don't have text.
Do they really? Is it ever really deleted?
I think sometimes I think you can upload them to the cloud.
Okay.
Yeah, then they're forever.
Yeah.
2023, you're saving text messages from 2023, or maybe you're saving text messages from 2023 from some crazy bitch that could go sideways on you. Maybe that.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe you don't save Dan Diaco's text when you're just talking about doctor stuff and being a friend and hanging out. But when you got some girl that says, tie me up and let me put a apparatus in my rectum, that might be one you keep.
Oh, yeah, I got another one right here that said, I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're blanking me.
You have girls sending you those texts, Seth?
Wow, no, sorry, that was just Shannon Sharpe.
I thought you were getting that, Seth.
Hold on, Seth. I honest to God took it the same way Dan did.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to be silly.
I thought Phoebe was getting a little crazy.
I was just trying to backfill a little bit with some more juicy stuff. Sorry, I'm not involved.
The next door neighbor said
now we know why you were late for work today, you and Phoebe. That was just one you got that last night at 9:45. As soon as little Sammy went down, you got that text. That's why you were late.
She also sent one to him that said, I know you missed this big juicy ass, $25K for each cheek.
I'm getting your name tattooed on me in like an hour, by the way. Just thought you'd let you know. Sharp message back. In front of my cognac.
In the font of my cognac.
Oh, in the font of my cognac. Okay.
That's so bougie.
To which she responded, yes, Daddy, on my neck. If I can get it, I might be your baby mama.
Wow.
Doe allegedly messaged the former tight end on October 7th, 2023. Call me. I feel like effing with you. More.
Did they see each other in the interim between these texts? Like, were they seeing each other between these texts?
Yeah,
so it doesn't sound like it was a very one-sided relationship. It sounds like almost she was scamming, like really aggressive to him.
And she's like 20.
2 days later, she allegedly sent, I want you, this is what Seth just said a few seconds ago. I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me while you're effing me.
Well,
hold on, wait till you hear this. On November 23rd, 2023, Doe allegedly texted, only if you put that baby gravy in me.
Mm-hmm.
Baby gravy.
Yeah.
Then you can do whatever you want.
So, Bubba,
I literally ate so much food, I look pregnant with your big black baby.
Uh-huh. So, couple thoughts.
Wow.
Is that dirty talk saying big black baby?
Yeah.
I mean, hold on. I did not paraphrase at all.
Nope.
Well, I'm saying is Shannon Sharpe getting turned on. Be like,
yeah.
Just sounds so
if
bad.
I F around with you, my birthday, blah, blah, I can take the IUD out.
So, Bubba, I thought this was the girl that he got in trouble with because he tried to take her upstairs at the hotel. You're talking about this is a different girl that had a long-term,
2 year
over a period of time,
right,
and continues to text him like this, and then is crying foul play on the backside.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Then hold on. Then says, I want to put my tongue in your a-hole and then marry you.
Well, God bless her.
Doe messaged.
It's good to meet an honest woman, isn't it?
Yeah,
one that really
nice
tells you what
it's fun. You know, I want to drink your blood. I want, let's say those things.
There's not going to be any 30 minutes arguing. What are we doing for dinner tonight with this lady? She knows.
You're getting my baby gravy. Just got my kitty wet. Tie me up and do bad things to me. Cuff me up. Cuff up. Doe allegedly replied, you still have my handcuffs? I want like some hardcore BDSM action, though. I'm feeling real freaky lately. On August 24th, she allegedly messaged, I'll let you make it hang wherever you want, Daddy, but only if you take me out and treat me good. To which he sent back, deal. I crave your kitty. That's my kitty now.
Oh.
I didn't. The word's not kitty, but it's something that's similar and starts with a P. According to the lawsuit,
hold on, Bubba. I got a response to that. She goes, "You better crave it because you're going to be stuck with it for life after you put a big black baby in me."
That's the dirtiest you've ever talked in your entire life.
I'm just. Did I not say that was a transcript, or did I? Am I speaking from personal experience?
Personal experiences.
According to the lawsuit, Doe claimed that she began to pull away from Sharpe after he was heard apparently having sex on Instagram Live. Doe claimed that her attempt to break up with him led to him raping her. She alleged in the lawsuit that the first time he raped her was in October of 24 when he forced himself on her and she was crying and sobbing. When I'm 152, hold on. When I'm 152 pounds, but you can't touch me because you cheated on me on Instagram Live with Michelle. It's redacted, but we all know what the girl's name was. She allegedly sent him on December 26th, one day after Christmas. Come on now.
Jeez.
You're going to be 180 soon, and you're still not going to be able to touch. Bet you're getting your actions right about now. I don't understand.
So she was crazy in love with him, wanted to do everything in the world. Once she busted
Big black
him,
baby.
Once she busted him, she turned her opinion around, and maybe at that point, like I said, consent can be withdrawn at any time, and so she could have been, all lovey-dovey and crazy and wild for 2 years, but if there's 1 minute after she said, "I don't want you to touch me anymore," and he did, then he's guilty.
According to his legal team, Sharpe replied, "I'll be killing that young kitty," to which she fired back, "Absolutely not."
Right, there's right there. That text defies and disqualifies all of the previous texts.
All of the over-the-top, put a black baby in
Don't
me.
matter none.
None of that. All of that goes away with this text, and let me read it in its entirety. According to his legal team, Sharpe replied, "I'm going to be killing that young kitty," to which she fired back, "Absolutely not."
That's pretty definitive.
When you give me a formal apology for cheating on me on Instagram Live and multiple other times, then we can talk about it. Formal apology. Though Sharpe said that he already apologized, Doe allegedly retorted, You never say what you're sorry for and how you're going to make it right. So I would appreciate it if you could do that because you really hurt me and I've been having a hard time with it. Sharpe appeared to call Doe more times, which allegedly prompted her to continue to demand a formal apology. Eventually, he said, "I'm not going through this again. I've already apologized. Stop playing childish games." Doe claimed the second sexual assault happened in January of this past just a few months ago when Sharpe came over to her house under the guise that they were that he was giving her a Christmas gift, only to allegedly to have raped her again.
Really?
Per his illegal...
More baby gravy?
I don't know about the baby gravy, but we'll see here. Ooh. Baby gravy. I thought I'd heard it all.
I hadn't heard that one before.
I've never heard of baby gravy.
Oh man,
never heard of baby gravy, and I'm gonna put it in my box of my box tricks.
Yeah.
Per his legal team, he texted her on New Year's Day, "Happy New Year. Can't wait to see what 2025 has in store for us. Give $50K, and I'll let you come over to my house." Give $50K, and I'll let you come over to the house.
That's a high-priced hoe.
Doe allegedly sent the Hall of Famer her PayPal account, to which he responded that he doesn't have cash apps and would give her $10,000 in cash. Man, he's just rolling in money.
No kidding.
She allegedly asked if he would send her a picture of the money on FaceTime with her, but he seemingly didn't. That's when she allegedly sent an explicit photo of herself with the demand, "I know you missed this big juicy ass, $25,000 for each cheek." I think Seth read that earlier. Doe claimed in a lawsuit that the sexual assaults took place after an alleged rocky year-long abusive relationship with Sharpe. According to the Doe, they had met at a gym in Los Angeles in 2023 when she was just 20 years old. Doe claimed that the Club Shay Shay podcast host told her during the encounter that he would buy her fake, Dan, you come into play, fake boobs if she won a weight loss competition. Maybe she was a little bit bigger and he wanted.
She was $150 plus.
Oh,
Jay's here. Hi, Karate, but his mic's off. There he is.
Hi, Karate.
Good morning.
Nice. You got good smells today?
Yeah, he smells good.
A little strong, or is it, you got it dialed in?
He stepped over. He leaned over me to get the earphones, and so I sniffed.
He then allegedly went on to aggressively pursue her by calling her and texting her and demanding that she come over to his Beverly Glen mansion. They eventually began a consensual relationship, though Doe claimed Sharpe was controlling and verbally abusive. During one particular explosive argument, he allegedly grabbed her by the neck and told her, "If you ever do that again, I'm going to effing kill you." Sharpe has categorically denied all allegations of coercion and misconduct, especially the gross lie of rape. Page 6 has yet to reach out to Doe's attorney for any comment, yada, 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 yada.
Don't those text messages kind of prove it was consensual and all of it was complete BS?
What did you hear?
Did you hear the last part?
Did you hear? You must have not heard.
I heard a lot about the baby juice and all that stuff, but I walked in, I missed the last 45 seconds.
There was that's when we mentioned it.
You got to scroll down a little bit more, Bubba.
Okay, let me see, because Dan said everything stops with this text. Hold on here. Okay, handcuffs.
December.
I sent you there, according to lawsuit claim. Okay. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I think it's right here.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, right here it is. So, Jay, they'd had the baby gravy and, a very kinky relationship, which some people can, that's their own business. And she seems like she was into it and liked it all. And, there was no problems until he blasted Michelle on Instagram Live, which probably embarrassed this girl because she thought that, she was the only one. So, according to Shannon Sharpe's legal team, Sharpe replied by saying, I'm going to be killing that young kitty. To which she allegedly fired back, absolutely not. When you give me a formal apology for cheating on me on Instagram Live and multiple other times, then we can talk about it. Formal apology. Though Sharpe said he allegedly apologized, Doe allegedly retorted, "You never say what you're sorry for, and how are you going to make it right? So I'd appreciate it if you could do that because you really hurt me, and I've been having a hard time with it."
And he allegedly went there to give her a Christmas gift.
Well, he did. He then
Yeah,
they
he
did.
did.
Is that an apology?
Box full of gravy.
I don't know. I think they're relying. I think Shannon's people are relying on all of the kinky, crazy ass texts prior to the Instagram Live incident, and she is relying on the. I think you're a piece of shiz. You lied to me. You ain't getting this until you give me a formal apology, which at that point, Dan says, and I think I agree with him, that wipes out all the consensual freakness and does not necessarily make all the freakiness that they had moving forward cool because he never really formally apologized.
Well, no means no. And so to the extent that happened, if that happened, I get it. But what I'm saying is we live in a society now where you can leave these kind of texts and then accuse somebody of rape where there's no police kit, there's no rape kit, there's no allegation that she was sexually assaulted and called the police that I've read yet. Is there? So this is just something she does after the fact?
But hold on.
Did she call the police?
But hold on. How many and you'd
have to believe he's the dumbest human being on the earth. He's got one of the most popular podcasts in the world.
Is P. Diddy being criminally charged right now, or is all that civil?
Criminally.
Okay.
100%.
So
both. He's in a civil charge. He was having civil problems with the one girl, but he's having federal criminal charges going on right now.
So
can
you know this better than anybody, can you circumvent the criminal aspect of a potential crime and go right to civil, or do you have to have that criminal to set up your civil?
So in the normal procedure, the criminal would go first, so you don't try to have a lawsuit and the criminal case is then somehow compromised. And in the lawsuit, what I would be saying is, did you report this to the police? Did you tell your friends? Who were your witnesses? What do you have? Do you have any baby juice? Do you have any baby cream? Whatever it's called, baby gravy.
Come on, dude.
I mean, what she said is like, I would again say to anyone listening, don't write a text unless your mother or a judge is going to read it. Those texts are horrible. I would pay that girl
I know, it takes all the fun out of it.
$10,000 to stop communicating with me. Say it verbally, guys. Pick up the phone. You don't want these kind of pieces. This is like the worst trash you could ever imagine.
Is this? But Jay, is this?
It's evidence.
Now, hold on though. But is this going to be? Is this going to be a slam dunk? Is this going to be a slam dunk for him and being able to get this thrown out, or is this a problem?
This is another one where he probably got a letter a month ago, and if he wanted to make it go away, he probably could have.
Yep.
Right.
Like all civil cases begin with an opportunity to make it go away.
Right, you're right.
And if you get too defiant, you lose credibility in the media,
So,
like Diddy and like Shannon Sharpe's doing now.
But hold on, Jay. Don't forget, Diddy did get that letter, and he wrote that check. And then
he waited till the suit was filed.
He waited, exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Okay,
He waited 2 days too late or something.
He settled a day after it came out.
Exactly.
He waited. Hold on. That elevator footage came out. Then he started scrambling. Correct?
No. He settled the lawsuit after she filed it publicly. He had a chance to settle it privately. He didn't. And then part of the allegation in the lawsuit was that video.
And then the video came out.
Right, Lummy. Nice.
So you're saying,
Jay,
Jay, you're saying before all this, before this baby juice, before this, you raped me, after you had sex with Michelle on Instagram Live, you humiliated me. Every time we got together after that, it was a rape and it was not consensual. Before all this, that we just are now having a really salacious time with, before all this became public, there was a Jay Diaco very, very well written letter given from Jane Doe's attorney,
Tony Busby.
Tony Busby, who represented all the Deshaun Watson, shady ass massager, and so he sent a letter. Busby sent a letter to Shannon and said, "Hey, this can go away,
right?
But we need X, we need to talk about X." And Shannon probably said, "Pack sand, see you in court, you ain't got nothing, blah, blah, blah," and we are where we are today.
So let's say everything was consensual. He apologized. Even the allegations of rape were consensual. If I received a letter for a guy like Shannon Sharpe, who's had a Cat Williams video go to 84 million and has arguably one of the most popular podcasts, I would say you may want to keep those personal texts to yourself, and there may be an incentive to try to make this go away, buddy. I don't think you did anything wrong, but I don't know if you really want to defend yourself by putting these texts out there.
Let me give you another caveat. Who just his production company just announced that they cut a 9-figure deal.
And it's not done yet.
Well, it might not be. That might be blown up, but
that hurts him.
But that shows you the type of money he's got.
So you can make this go away for nothing for him. It's peanuts.
$5, $8, $9 million. He obviously is not getting very good counsel.
She wanted 50, right?
She wanted 50.
Yeah,
well, if she wants 50, she can get 20.
She get 5. We watch. Be amazing what they get.
Yeah, did you write her? You choke her a check for 50 with an NDA, and you make her disappear, and you don't jeopardize your 9-figure contract that's pending. It's stupid.
Let me. What is this? Is counsel?
It's kind of the same thing that we read.
No, and then you put the lens on. If he did it, you're really dumb. But I think this has to go with context. This guy has never been accused of sexual assault credibly as long as I've known him. He's been in the public media eye for 2 decades, maybe more. He's been one of the best football players that we've all witnessed play on the field.
Hall of Famer.
He has been one of the best color commentary guys for the last 10 plus years. And now he's reinvented himself with a liquor and a podcast, and someone's trying to bring him down. And it's like, I have a tendency to want to defend people who have been accused of things without, like, if this happened to my daughter, I would say, honey, you call the police immediately. They're going to come. They're going to do a rape kit. They're going to take you to a hospital. They're going to make you fill out an investigative report. Then they're going. You got be prepared. I hope you. This is what's going to happen. Then they would arrest him. If the rape kit came back with something and she had to cry, she should share her text. This is what happened. I told him to apologize. He didn't apologize. He came over. I didn't even want him to come over, and he came over and he did it, and then he did it again, and then you have police reports. You may have an arrest. But does this not seem like a money grab?
It's a shakedown.
I mean, seems like there's two ways to look at everything. And so for me, as a lawyer, I could argue either side. I could represent her and make her seem like she's the most credible person in the world.
Or you can represent him.
Or I could represent him. But when we deal with due process, we've heard about this with this Obrejo Garcia guy, whatever. Isn't Shannon Sharpe entitled to a little due process?
Yeah,
right?
But
isn't it right? Presumed innocent.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got a couple hurdles. He's got the sex tape.
My advice and counsel is do not text like this, buddy.
Hey Dan,
don't text about baby gravy?
No.
I'll ask Dan and Jay. Is there any? I know this isn't like a legal thing, but I mean, just as a man who is worth a lot of money, should you be a little bit careful when you're 56 and you're getting into a relationship with a 20-year-old?
Yes, and when they're talking about baby gravy, let me tell you something. The best contraception for me would be, or the best something to give me erectile dysfunction is reading that text. I wouldn't want to go on a date with that girl. As soon as she started talking baby gravy, I'd have two belly buttons.
I would go to my urologist and get me a vasectomy.
Right? I'm like,
that's what I did.
Stay away from that one.
Listen, I got enough trouble with my sex tape. Can you imagine if I had 4 or 5 baby mamas running around here?
Let me tell you something. My cousin's got an infant. I love him to death. And after his infant left Easter, I said to everybody, you know what the best contraception is? An infant, because once you see one, you don't want to have babies. So, mine's 17, halfway out the door, and I'm excited for him. I don't want an infant right now. Anyone's talking about
nobody
baby
wants,
gravy.
nobody wants babies.
I'm running for this.
Nobody wants your kids to have babies.
So Bubba, I'm not certain of the timeline, but it does seem like she continued to text him and want to have sex and offer sex for money after the alleged rape.
Where are
that sort of goes back and disqualifies her.
Where are the texts from her?
That's all we have is what he released because he was trying to look innocent.
Okay, so
how do you think he's going with that?
So hold on, we need to now see if she's got texts stating after alleged events of rape or sexual misconduct. Wouldn't she, because she looks like she's a serial texter, wouldn't she have said, really? You just did that to me? You came into my house, tried to say you wanted to give me a Christmas present, and you raped me? No means no.
He's dead. He's done.
I don't see any of those.
No.
Now, she's not released. This is just this is the first release,
right.
and it came from him, and it's highly cherry-picked and highly edited.
And think about that. So these are the best they get from him.
So what's next?
Terrible.
Busby, if she still has them, Jay, releases her responses, if indeed they're good for her. That will, again, hold on. I got to go to words. By the way, today, Lummy, Big Gulp's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Bubba Army Royalty and Hall of Fame, Big Gulp. So, Jay, here's the deal. This, for pennies on the dollar, for what Shannon Sharpe represents, the company that he represents, the nearly nine-figure deal that his company has been saying is going to happen, write the check.
For sure.
Right. Don't try this in public.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's beyond that, but write the check, because this going to court, this in a courtroom in front of a jury You don't know how you do not know how that's going to play out.
You know this story is going to play out very publicly just by the little morsel of information they've gotten. So if you're going to defend yourself, this will be weeks long, if not years long, of media, negative media.
Busby's not stupid. Busby got 23 or 24 women from the Houston area paid handsomely for the Deshaun Watson stuff. Bugs, whatever else his name
Busby,
is.
and he's got all the Diddy clients.
He's got all the Diddy girls. He's got all the Diddy girls. Busby knows what he's doing. That needs to be factored into what Shannon Sharpe does as well,
He's
too.
a damn good lawyer. I will never say anything about that other than that.
He didn't have, some little boutique lawyer with a couple girls in it. He's got a buzzsaw of a guy that's got a template on how to shake down pro athletes. And he has one that has succeeded in doing that. Now,
but you would think that he wouldn't move forward with this unless he had enough. As a guy that has experience as far as getting settlements, I don't think Busby would move forward with it if he didn't have
a smoking gun.
A good faith basis is what we call it.
Right.
I guarantee he feels he's got a good faith basis to pursue it. And, you could look at these texts and you could look at them from her perspective and say, wow, these are horrible. This guy engaged in terrible behavior. He was paying for sex and allegedly. These texts are just not a great defense.
Right.
I do say that. Like if I got this letter for you, Bubba, and this was the way that you were freaking off with some girl, I would 100% say to you, listen, man, you got a 9-figure deal coming. Your cognac's off the charts. Let's maybe, rethink this. I don't know how this is. Why don't we maybe ask some friends how they think these are going to, let's get some, let's hire some consultants.
I need to call Tom and Steve and see if I can get a loan.
Let's get these guys.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
John Cena hair replacement.
Jay can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
you talk about me doing them. Jay, can you please?
I know the procedure.
Okay. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
See ya.
My advice to any of y'all in the chat is don't text like that ever.
Well, that ship has already sailed, so.
That's pretty fucking funny. Jay-Z is countersuing Busby. I think Busby's got a privilege. At least in Florida we do. Thomas Gilson.
Busby will bless the rains down and that. Is $25,000 a cheek a good deal?
I don't know. I've never thought about it like
What if I only wanted to buy one cheek for the night? You already are getting the two. You can't just make it one cheek. Cheeks are coming together where you pay for one or pay for two. This bitch didn't think her business plan through.
Or maybe she did.
Bubba, how am I going to pay for one cheek at $25,000 and not get the other cheek along with it?
The 2 for 1.
You gonna take off your fucking leg?
It's a BOGO. It's Publix BOGO.
Oh man.
What's up, Grouper Lips?
Nobody wants to talk about that. That should really tip some of you guys off.
I don't know. When I was a single guy, if I heard the marriage word or baby word, I was running.
Well, listen, Jay, I've been criticized for having surveillance in my fucking, in my...
Oh, I know, and I remember the reason why. 100% correct.
Bedroom.
100% correct.
And after a Florida State kicker or punter got accused of raping a girl,
yep,
and he had a videotape with no audio that got him out of trouble. Tom Bean told me, I was a single dude, fucking all kinds of whores, and Tom Bean said, we'll take the misdemeanor on recording without somebody knowing. You need to record your bedroom.
Yeah.
And now it looks like, which people have criticized me, and I've caught a ton of shit from it, and it didn't work out. But That's why nobody can, that's why, I mean, think about all the fucking bitches I've been with, and nobody can come back and say,
No, I understand why.
I loved your email yesterday.
Isn't that good? I saw that social FTE. Waves have been cracking in Costa Rica, so they gotta be good over in the West Coast. Good morning, Nick. Michael McGinnis. It's interesting to see what happens there. You know, sometimes I do get tired. Never trust a fart after 40, but today is not one of those days, believe it or not.
Bubba, what do you think about every day when you start the show? I started in my car driving into work.
No, I think that was it.
I feel really rejuvenated.
Yeah, well,
an extra 30 minutes of sleep really can do something for a man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could work on having
That's awesome.
I think organically it just needs to happen,
18, and I think probably 23 with it, 22 with it. 3 years they got married, I think.
Oh,
Sorry
man.
to hear that. GR, that's terrible.
Oh, Thunder in Memphis, baby. 7:30. How about the Pistons? So they were going to make that a series with the Knickerbockers. Oh, yeah, I forgot the Lightning are on. You guys might be into that.
8:30, right? Late game?
Yeah.
I heard it's 8:30 now because I commented to my wife it's late.
8:30.
It's good for TV. It's good.
Prime time.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show today. There will be a Clem and Kush. Seth is rejuvenated. He said the 30 extra minutes of sleep that he got, he'd like to start every day off with the first 15 minutes being live from his vehicle. I told him, shut up, Seth.
I had to just try.
He tried. Remember Debbie from Crestview? She was Fort Walton Beach. She is a Fort Walton Beach 103.1 listener.
Oh yeah, she's emailed. She sent us something.
Yes, she I guess does some type of sketching or artwork or something. I don't think that she does a very good depiction of myself.
Oh no.
She did pencil art caricatures of everybody.
Oh.
Of us. I don't know what we're gonna do with them, but thank you, Debbie.
Are you going to show them?
I'm going to show them, yes. And
Maybe
then
do that with them.
then I'll hand it to you. Here is mine. I don't know who I look like. I don't look like myself. And I think, Debbie, you're trying to be too kind in making me thinner than I really am. But thank you very much. BTLS got this guy all grayed out. Very slimming. It's a very slimming picture. Can you see it, Lummy?
Is that Tom Bean?
You know what? I think Debbie is confused. Where the hell's my car? I think Debbie is confused with me. I think she got a picture of Tom Bean.
What if that's how she sees you, though, Bubba?
You know
and
what?
she sees you as a beautiful, thin man.
Then,
Svelte
Debbie,
man.
God bless you. God bless you, Debbie, if you see me as that thin. Here's Lummy. Lummy, again, she views you a little thinner.
Oh, thank you, Debbie.
Than what?
It's the haircut.
No, this would be pre-haircut.
And she's got a little goat in there. Can you see the little goat? The little goat in there.
One of his eyes looks autistic.
Well, he does look like he's on the spectrum there.
Seth, maybe that's how she sees me.
Yeah,
maybe she sees.
that's
Maybe again.
It's like Picasso.
It's unfortunate.
I think all statements can go back to what Seth is, and that is maybe this is how she sees us.
That's right.
She sees us more favorable than what we really are.
Let me just face me with my own words.
Now, Dr. Dan, I think out of all of them, Dr. Dan might be the worst.
Maybe she's not a fan of Dr. Dan.
Maybe she's not, because Dr. Dan looks like, you know, the guy on Pickers that's the main dude? Not the
the guy that's dead now, the beard guy?
No, not the short little fat guy that's beard, but the main dude, the skinny dude. You know the skinny dude?
Yes.
That's who she makes. I think that's who that she depicted Dan as. And doesn't that?
That's Perry Farrell.
It does look like
He
the
looks
guy.
like Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction.
Bubba's is dead on.
Oh, he does actually look like that guy.
He looks like the guy from American Pickers.
Yeah.
Dr. Dan does. Now Seth.
Also, that's like one of the Gallagher brothers from Oasis as well.
Now Seth, I don't know. Again, Debbie, we are so thankful for you taking the time to do this, and I'm
putting mine in my fridge.
Just show it, Sponjo. I can handle it.
And Seth,
like Walker drew it.
Wow, Seth, it's got big teeth, and I don't think Seth naturally even really shows his teeth that much. He's not a toothy guy, and she makes him very toothy. I think Seth's is 80% more tooth than he actually either has or displays at any time or another. Here is Seth. I'm holding it up to the camera.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's how she sees Seth. It looks like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 big teeth.
She's got it with a little tiny neck. Jesus.
Little
he looks
tiny
like,
neck. She's got us all kind of, yeah. Now, Brian the babyface Matroni, he looks like
a shovel face, please.
No, I think he looks the best.
Oh,
one, maybe
babyface.
Actually, the one that she nailed is Macho Man, because that's easy. You just got to draw a picture of Macho Man, because he literally looks like Macho Man.
Yeah,
like Macho Man Randy Savage from like if he was 35 years old, is identical to Macho Man. Now, Brian the babyface, I'm trying to figure out who he looks like, and I cannot quite pinpoint it, but I'm going to show it to the camera now. And this is Brian the babyface Matroni's picture.
That's pretty spot on.
You think that's...
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Charlie Kirk, maybe?
No, I think.
What do you? What?
His hair is a little Beavis-ish.
What do you? What are you throwing off by on Babyface? That looks pretty.
That looks pretty good. I mean,
pretty good. Yeah,
I would say the most accurate.
I would say so far the most accurate would be Babyface.
It does kind of look like Charlie Kirk.
It does
I'll
look
put
like
that
Charlie
over. But wait till you see Macho Man, Mini Macho Man, courtesy of Debbie from Crestview. And this is dead on. Like, Macho Man might want to use this as his press photo. This is dead on with the Macho Man right here. I'm showing it to the camera here. I mean, like,
are those tanning goggles?
The only, Debbie, those are tanning goggles. Is Debbie? You didn't make his shoulders nearly as big. Like his shoulders are not that little. He's gonna pick this thing apart by saying, "Oh yeah, my shoulders are way bigger than that."
He's gonna be in the weight room.
Yeah. So I think he did a good job. Now, Merch Crick, like,
wow, this doesn't stop.
No, wait, hold on. I got JD Acco. I got Merch Crick, JD Acco. I got Rhett. She's got Rhett. And then I got Gene Lasker, and then Tuttle. So we got everybody, Seth.
Okay, let me get comfortable.
Now, Merch Crick looks like I don't know.
Tuttle?
No. I'll just without further ado put Merch. She really likes to accentuate the mouth and the teeth This is.
Yeah, we got her and I got the same mouth deal.
Yeah, you guys got the same mouth deal. You guys could really interlock into a nice French kiss.
Maybe she just perceives them both as very happy people.
Yeah, there you go. Now, Jay, she actually has you pretty. I mean, again, this is just sketch art with a pencil. She really has you down pretty well. Right, I think she really does. She's got you all thinned up. She's got your glasses, your hat. This is probably the second most accurate of everybody. This is J.D. Acco's sketch art from courtesy of Debbie from Crestview.
That's pretty accurate.
Not too bad.
That's not bad.
Nice. Yeah, if he was like in Sons of Anarchy, I think that'd be...
right, that's the biker.
Yeah.
She actually...
she got my hat perfect.
Probably the one that she did the best is the guy that's no longer with us. And that's Rhett. But she named him Brett.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's good.
So she didn't even... Yeah, so anyway, this is Brett, or Rhett, and I think she did a pretty good job with him. Probably one of the more accurate ones.
Yeah,
oh my God,
we got to get that to him.
Yeah,
that looks. That actually looks like him. The eyes and everything. That's just weird.
Could you imagine if you hung that up in the cubicle at his new job?
Oh yeah, and then threw darts at it.
The good old days.
Now Lasker looks like. Hold on, Lasker looks like Nick Saban. Lasker looks like Nick Saban, and I don't know what's going on with the mouth and the tongue here. But, maybe because he's Gator and he's got his mouth open all the time and he won't shut up. Here's Gene Lasker / Nick Saban. She's got Lasker really, really kind of rugged it out. And there's Gene Lasker. Doesn't he kind of look like Nick Saban a little bit, Lummy?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
And then finally Tuttle. Now, I don't know. Oh, maybe those are headphones. I thought maybe he was trying to be like an Hasidic Jew. And you know how Hasidic Jews wear like the locks? You know, is that what it is?
Sideburns.
The locks, right? Or the sideburns. I don't know if she's got Tuttle as that or this is a pair of headphones. But she's got Tuttle. She's got Tuttle pretty well dialed in. And there's a Hasidic Jew Tuttle right there.
Those are headphones. That looks good.
It looks pretty accurate. Actually, it's a good one, too.
So there you go. Anybody who wants theirs, just come on up here after or during a break and grab yours. Thank you, Debbie from Crestview. We appreciate it. The sketch art. More importantly, we appreciate you listening to us and anybody that listens to us on 103.1 Florida Man Radio. I got to get up there soon for that fundraiser. I might make that phone call today to Grizzo. And see if we can get that ball rolling. Hello,
I don't know who this is because I didn't put it.
Oh, so should I hang up on this? Is this going to be bad?
Probably. It's unavailable.
Is it LH, LM?
No. He put his number. This might be Charlie.
Yeah, whatever. I'll just. I don't need any friction in my like we only got 59 more minutes of program. Why do we need to have something negative bringing us down? I think we're having a really good show today. Hi, who's this?
I'm calling on something positive. I'm not bringing negativity.
Okay. This is Charlie.
So,
by the way,
thank you for taking my call.
By the way, this is Charlie. Hello, Charlie.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Listen, listen. In the past, I've called in. I've been kind of obnoxious. I say, I've been kind of like rude and obnoxious. Hey, can I ask you a question? The gentleman with the glasses on that's slightly overweight, he's sleeping. Why is he sleeping in the background?
Because your call sucks.
Well, no. I mean, you got to be awake. Anyway, listen. Hey, Clem, you offered me an opportunity about 5 or 6 months back where you said, "Hey, Charlie, act normal, and I might give you a chance to do like an hour segment on my Friday show." I'd like to do that if you would give me an opportunity.
Well, Charlie, if you remember right, if we're gonna be honest with each other, you denied that. You turned that down. You said you didn't. You weren't.
Can I be honest with you?
Charlie, hold on. No. Let's fundamentally agree that you said no. I offered it to you, and you said no. Let's start with that. Let's start at the timeline of when that happened, and be truthful. And what did when I offered that to you? What did you say?
Charlie's an alcoholic. Charlie does a lot of things where he doesn't make a lot of sense. Charlie would like a second chance.
Charlie,
are you willing to give me that chance?
Charlie,
Is Charlie a friend of yours?
I don't know Charlie. I don't know who Charlie is. Never met Charlie.
It's one of those guys that calls a bunch of radio shows.
Yeah. And so, Charlie, you said no. And so, Charlie, you are to admit, are you getting help with your alcoholism, or have you?
No, absolutely not. But I'm all over the place. But at least I'm being honest with you. I would like to do a Friday show with maybe 1 hour. Will you give me a chance?
Well, what type of show would you like to do, Charlie? First of all,
you know what? You guys do the show. Charlie sits back. He maybe.
Oh no! It's not going to be. It's not going to be that, Charlie. It will not ever be that format. It could be some type of podcast that you send in and we listen to and potentially post, but it's not going to be you're in the studio hanging with us. No.
No, not in your studio. No. I'm where I am. And I just occasionally throw in my opinion.
No, I'm not off. And Charlie, I offered that, and I don't know what I was thinking, but no, that offer's no longer available. It was available until you said no, and I took it off the table. My offer to you is you could send us something that we could potentially listen to, and if we felt it was, not just an hour of talking crap about us, and it was actually something that would be somebody somewhere could find entertaining, then we could potentially post that. Potentially. But that would be, that's the extent of any offer that I would offer you.
So you and I are having a conversation right now. I think you're smart enough to decipher where you would say to yourself, you know what? I used to have first of all, you were very famous during the Howard Stern days. You're listening to an individual right now where you're saying, you know what, this guy may be out of his mind, but he can articulate, he can put a sentence together, he has original thoughts. Let's give this clown a chance.
Yeah, there's a part of me. You know what, Charlie? You are right in that assumption.
What are the original thoughts?
What you are?
I know. Where's the funny?
You are.
You can complete a sentence, which is awesome.
Who said where's the funny? Who said where's the funny?
Several people said that.
Oh no! I know. I can bring the funny.
Wow, you're easily set off by one question, man. Take a break, breathe a little. You see, you've already proven you can't interact with other people on the radio. You don't know how to play nice in the sandbox.
You don't do well with adversarial questions or you don't do well when somebody has an opposing.
I just said,
view.
what are his original thoughts?
Right,
I don't. Yeah. And Jay said, where's the funny? I mean, they were just kind of just asking,
spitballing a little bit here.
Where all this stuff is that he claims to have.
He said he could complete a sentence, and I mean, the show has more than just complete a sentence.
So, Charlie, what are your original thoughts? That's what you first came out with. Seth asked, and I'm interested as well. Like, what type of original thoughts do you have that you think would be funny or be entertaining enough to be on my network?
Okay, so let's give me a topic. What's the topic?
Charlie, I don't have to give people topics. You should be if you're ready.
I'm going to throw something out there original, funny. I have no idea what I'm about to say, but here's what I will say. Give me an opportunity. You have a very limited audience right now online.
Okay.
You used to be very famous. That's a fact. You used to have hundreds of
Charlie, then
he's famous enough for you to call up and suck him off for some airtime.
Exactly. I just let you go, Charlie, because if I used to be famous and now I suck, why would you want to be part of something that sucks? And, so since I suck and you suck and I put you on my suck and since you suck and I suck, it's a double suck. And sometimes double sucking's good, and sometimes it's not. So the double suckness of me sucking and you sucking is not going to move the needle.
And don't stop drinking. Dr. Oz and RFK Jr. just came out and said it's good for you.
Yeah.
There you go.
So there you go, Charlie.
Did he?
It's been a while since you've reared your ugly head.
Well, no, he calls all the time.
Yeah.
I just don't put him on hold.
So, Charlie, I mean, listen, here's what. We suck so bad and used to be so good and had such a large audience that you're dumb enough to have followed us to our new suckness.
He just gave you an opportunity, Charlie, with all the times he said suck and sucking each other off, and you didn't interject once and say a single funny thing, or Seth would ask an interesting thing. And so you just had an opportunity
I had him.
to dance with him.
He actually hung up on me.
Oh, okay, good.
He was gone.
Yeah.
So here's the deal, Charlie. I'm not dealing with you. I'm just having trolls on the air sometimes can be funny. And you don't do a very good job at that.
But he's not a troll. He's a very mentally ill who is only thing he has to get through his day is a bunch of radio shows, and then because he listens to them, he feels like he could be a part of them.
Okay.
Because he's got funny and original thoughts.
Well, just, you know what? Take a step back, Charlie, and realize that you're not going to be part of any of our suckness, and that you're just going to have to listen to our suck. You cannot contribute to our suck. Our suck is sacred. When I returned, I was trying to get this in when Dan was here, because Dan is now very much in this space. And that is John Cena reports. Now, by the way, John Cena from Tampa.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody would agree that he just lives like 5 minutes from you.
Yeah.
Like he's
close.
he lives in the Wesley Chapel kind of deal.
Yeah.
And he is seen around Tampa a lot. And he got hair replacement. Very much what like Dan does. And he was on the Pat McAfee show and had talked about it. And we'll get to that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
So I sent you because he talks about how it was the Royal Rumble when someone made fun of him about the bald spot without really playing it, because they don't really, there's no isolation on a bald spot, and the ones that are out there I feel are fake. So if you go,
Oh, so he's wearing a hat right now.
hold on, let me resend it, because you can pause it at 3 seconds. I'll resend you the video. Sorry.
No, I can like this.
No, it's not the one. I gotta.
That looks old where it was probably...
It's from Royal Rumble. I found. I gotta.
All right, you want to resend me the?
Yeah. I just sent it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
His hair looks great at WrestleMania.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, did you have any pictures of him at WrestleMania?
No, I guess I said those, but I was gonna, you can see where it was balding, which I guess that's what made him get the surgery. You got to pause it at 3 seconds.
Oh, he had a great hairline as a young man.
You pause it. Keep it going up. You see his head turn.
You have to get it in the back.
You got to go back. Sorry, Bubba. Back.
Yeah,
It's such a bitch because. You right when he dips, you see his bald spot.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Okay. That's perfect footage.
Yeah.
Now, do you have?
I'll find you the WrestleMania.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, so that's recent. That's Jake. That's Paul in there. It's a Logan Paul.
And that's exactly what Dan does. Is
January.
that fucking? What's that, Seth?
No, I was telling Jay that's from January.
Okay.
Or February 1st, whatever.
The front of his hairline's amazing, so they just filled in that back spot?
I think they tweaked his hairline.
So is that before or after it, allegedly?
That's before.
Okay.
He said he got it because people were making fun of him at Royal Rumble and Pat McAfee show. His bald spot.
I mean, it makes sense. He's for the movies that he's going to be in and shit. It's,
For sure. But I know people that have done it. It works.
I mean,
Period.
if you got the money, it's really.
It's one of the few things in medicine that if you are a candidate, it works.
Yeah.
You're either a candidate and you have enough hair donor sites, or you're not and you can't. And if you're a candidate, it works. Period. And it's not like the old days. That's the difference. It doesn't look like when you plug your garden. You know, your yard.
Oh,
When we were kids, Seth, we were so poor. This is the truth. We couldn't afford sod. We did plugs in my yard. And my mom had us do it. The 3 boys in like a convention belt style format. Child labor, really.
Man, there wasn't anything you could do to make those look nice, right?
No, well, when you put them in sand too, Mom didn't understand that you had to get like some soil. So she had us doing it in sand, Lovey.
That's not.
With sand spurs. Good morning, Jay Bowler. How you doing, everybody? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Hope everyone's having a great day, good week.
Yeah, I did, Gary. I don't. He seemed like he went out of his way to ruffle some feathers. I think he kind of went a little too far with McAfee. and the fucking smoking weed and talking shit about Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, that's the guy, Kenny Garner. He said I looked like I had AIDS. What a fuckhead. Fuck you, Charlie.
Who was that, Seth?
Paul
what's
Heyman
that
was
same
on
Charlie?
McAfee yesterday.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a little off the hinges there.
I didn't send it because I don't want to send like Pat McAfee's whole show, but yeah, he just was clearly making shit up to make Pat McAfee uncomfortable, but it was a little too real.
Yeah, he was getting the audience pissed off.
You know, he was being the heel.
John Costica. Johnny Z. Freely. Jimmy Powers. How was everyone doing? Alan Fletcher.
I really like when wrestling guys do interviews out of character.
That's kind of true, PHAQ. Steroids will make you bald. Shrink your balls, too.
Yeah, I did want Cena to win.
But I sent you 2 pictures, but I sent you one.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, you got me one that a different shot.
Yeah.
This one here, or this one here.
Both.
Should I just pull them both?
Yeah.
Okay, and then this one. Oh, that's the one. Now is this one here?
That's a couple years ago. I think a year ago, or it was right before he got the thing going on.
That is WrestleMania last year.
Yeah. So
okay. So that's WrestleMania last year.
So he didn't have the surgery or whatever yet.
So anyway, well, and then here is, if I go like this, and I play it to like right. By the way, WWE locks down. I mean, like, let me even us play in 2-3 seconds, we'll get a strike.
Yeah.
But right there. Now, when's this from, Seth? Is this from
January?
Okay, this past.
Yeah, this is the Royal Rumble.
Okay, so you can see John Cena has that, and I got it too. It's a male pattern baldness. It's what men get, especially if you've taken any testosterone over your lifetime.
That was my problem.
Yeah, of course, I mean you're jacked up on the test like you wouldn't believe.
I know.
I mean, levels.
It was worth it at the time, but now I'm paying the price.
NFL type levels,
big time. I was Quadzilla.
So you can see that. John Cena, and then you're saying, Lemmy, that he, I think, spoke on. Did he say on the Pat McAfee show that
he brought it up?
People were making fun of him.
Yeah, someone was calling him out for having like a bald spot.
And now,
which is so dicked up, dude. That's just the thing that happens to guys that they don't really have any control over.
Yeah, just like I think John Cena taking it right down to zero, like The Rock or Randy Orton. A lot of these guys wear their hair, shaved for the most part. And,
well, Cena's head was shaved for a while, and I was seeing his hair is a little bit longer than it used to be, but, I mean, I think it's a good look for him.
In 10 years.
In this new era, you might be able to. They got stuff to use.
I mean, okay, all right, fair.
Just something to consider.
Can I get some of that at the top?
Yeah, sure.
Hey,
that looked good, I thought.
Dude, it's coming in.
You did something different.
No, I did. Yeah. I did. It's coming in. It's coming in. Yeah.
See, now let me see if you can find me. Any action shots of him wrestling Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania with no hat on, obviously, and see if.
Well, that was the first picture with his like. Oh, you want? Okay, I got what you're saying.
See if you can find me any work because I don't know if that he's going to necessarily take his hat off here, does he?
No, but he still has a little bit of a balding.
Well, he just started.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He literally
They
just
shave
got
your
this
head
done.
to do it. That's the thing is, in order to get the donor sites, they shave the donor area to at least a 1 millimeter or maybe lighter, and then the whole head is shaved like that so that they know where to place everything.
I do.
So he's bald right now under there.
So what? He's bald?
He's probably got a couple millimeters of growth if he just had it in the last week or two.
Secret, because I could use a little bit of that.
I sent you him walking out, and they got a picture of the back of his head.
Okay, hold on here. This is his walk out?
Yeah.
All right. And that's about all. That's all you're going to get?
Yeah. I mean,
and right here, you can't really tell.
That's male typical balding pattern in the back of the crown.
So has Jay had all this? All this has been harvested, and they shave it, and do they harvest it then shave it?
No, they shave it and harvest it, and they implant it all in shaved head. So the whole head has to be shaved down to like a 1 millimeter or less.
Even like the stuff that they're not going to take.
The good stuff and the bad stuff, because they want to be able to know where they're going to put it in the bald areas.
All right.
From the side and plant them in on the top.
Exactly.
You take the lawn over here and you put it on the dry spot. It just takes a while for it to come in. Yes.
It looked good.
It's coming in, man. It's coming. Hopefully, a couple months it looks better. Hopefully, in a couple months it looks better than
I
that.
thought it looked great last night.
Yeah, I'm going out with a huge, like a long hair.
Nicky.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, that's what we're pulling.
Yeah, a little Nicky maybe.
But I can't grow a mustache. I got nothing.
Well, again, we can figure that out.
I'll grow a
You can
little
take
patch
hairs from
right
the
here.
side
That's it,
And
yeah.
put them on right above the lip.
There's another headline for you. Hair transplant. There it is. Look at that.
Wow. Boom.
I'm dropping them, dog.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah. And there's no shame.
He'll do anything for media, won't he?
I'm dropping headlines. Hair transplant.
Look at that, man. I got a problem. I try to fix it. That's what I'm doing.
Science has come to a
Hell
point
yeah.
We're like, hey, you know what? This has been a thing. Let us help you.
And I'm not going to tell you who did it because I'm still waiting for it to get better.
So hold on now. He probably has a guy in Tampa that did it.
Maybe Dr. Dan did it. He just can't tell us.
No, Dan would tell us.
Maybe he did it himself.
Once it gets better and I got the long flowing locks, then I'll be like, yo, go to this guy. And if you're thinking about it, truly go to this guy. So I'm working on it. Work in progress.
And by the way, whatever guy he went to has the exact same machine that Dan has, because Dan has the newest machine in this space.
Neograft.
Yeah, right. So, like, whatever guy John went to has the Neograft machine, and that's what Dan's got. Dan just entered this space about 6 months ago and has been doing quite well. And so John Cena just went, obviously, to a different person because there's several different people that offer it. And,
I'm ready for Dan's hair pill.
Yeah, Dan's got a hair pill, too, supposedly.
Work in progress.
It looks unbelievable.
No, I just saw so many bald spot signs, and that's the thing. When you get it, so you get the deal, right? And your hair falls out because the new ones have to grow, so the old one falls out. So
Jay, is he right on this? Because I know you know a lot about this because from Dan's home. So
I've got a dear friend who's suffered with hair loss since we were very, very young, and he's had multiple procedures over the last 20 years. And I think Danny said he does an average of like 2,000. This guy went to Canada like 10 years ago, and he had 6,000 done at once.
Woo! Oh.
And it was probably a $20,000 surgery, but it was landmark procedure way back then. And it's this technology. And the damn dude has a full head of hair. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. So after they put him in, you do lose it. That's what he's saying.
So he's saying after they put the brand new ones in, you lose them?
Yes, my friend called me. He's like, oh,
hold on now. But hold on, you lose them.
You're losing yes, they slough out.
Hold on here, let's listen.
February was like, I had it in November. That's when I came like half a skinhead up here. You guys, by the way, thank you for being so aware of my needs and emotions, because you guys ripped me to shreds for a genetic problem that I can't control.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
Hey, dude.
I love him.
Like Seth
Thank
said,
you.
for a genetic problem
You know
I
what,
can't
Seth, I'm going to
control.
start using that, saying, you know what, thank you for calling me a fat ass and ripping me to shreds on a genetic problem that I can't control. I have the fat gene, and I can't, seem to beat it. Thank you for accentuating that on all the hate that and God love me, the hate has been so bad lately.
God made us this way.
What's that?
God made us this way.
Yeah.
Good enough out there. Like, that's what I'm saying. This isn't cool. You guys aren't cool to me. Like, this is... Why do you think I'm in the Rumble, trying to win, and like, man, I was the bald spot. Like, yo, that's not fair. I can't control that. It happens to 7 out of 10 dudes. Like,
But hold on, though. Their hair shaming of you has made it what? better, I think. You went and made some plays. Hair's growing in full.
I get it, yo. I get leaning into uncomfortable stuff is like, hey, maybe if you got a good friend and they tell you like maybe don't wear that out.
Bingo.
That's cool. One of you sons of bitches could have pulled me to the side. No, but in unison, you chant and you make me feel small and you embarrass me. Like y'all don't know what that's like. That is straight up bullying. It
You're
is,
right,
and that's
you're right.
that's just not cool.
I don't like it.
That's not cool.
Hair look good though, if it means anything.
Yeah, so thank you for bullying me into getting surgical hair replacement. Like that's how far y'all push me. I just appreciate that. But yo, it's coming in. Come on, fuzzies.
Go show us then. Come on, fuzzies.
He showed you the night before. Is that mania?
Yeah, but you couldn't really it was him walking away. You really couldn't.
Well, I mean, he had the whole match, but
Yeah, it does look fantastic.
Tangents. Anyway, here we go.
Let's talk the truth. He would have done that regardless of whether any fan said anything. He's a narcissistic guy who's making money on his image.
He's
and
reversing
so
the heat.
He
All
would have
he's
done
doing.
that no matter whether a fan said it or not.
Here's the deal. He is using the audience to validate his insecurity in his male pattern baldness, and he's blaming having to get this surgery on the trolls that made him feel as if he needed to get it.
And
maybe
the truth is,
maybe he's got some shtick involved in there. Maybe not. I don't know.
It was kind of funny, but Seth hit it right before the whole segment began. He's making money in movies. This is what he needs to do to keep making money.
He went out and wrestled and, was a part of the public having, a bald spot because it doesn't just come out of nowhere. I mean, he's had it for a couple years.
For sure.
And for somebody that's like that, I mean, it didn't even seem like it fazed him at all. So, I mean, look, it's...
this is for the movies, isn't it, bud?
It is for... Yeah,
this is for the movies. Right, Seth?
I mean, yeah, it's not... I mean, the guy just turned, I think, 48 today or yesterday or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, no, he looks...
No, tomorrow. His birthday's the same day as mine.
His birthday's tomorrow.
He was that bald, that young.
Bubba Clem, William Shakespeare, and John Cena, all born on April 23rd.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the rest of his career, he has the money to go ahead and get the maintenance on it, and it looks good. I mean, I'm all for it.
Yeah, why not?
And Dan does it. And Call 1-888-48 Diacos and say, hey, I want the same kind of deal that John Cena got. Because I guarantee you, Jay, there's only one procedure that works that people harvest and.
From what I understand, it's either a neograft or a robotic version of the same thing. It's all the same. It's all very, very, very similar technology at this point. It's the proven technology.
Yeah. Let me get back on time. When we come back, Kanye West says that The White Lotus, which is this ongoing series that I'm trying to watch the last 2 episodes to, but I just get so busy.
Do you like it?
I do. Do you? I bet you Candle likes it more than you do.
My wife doesn't watch it. I don't know. The first season was so weird that I didn't get into season 2, which I heard was great.
Is it better than Suits?
Huh?
The new Suits. Hold on, I have
There's
a
a new Suits coming
The new or old Suits, whatever you've watched, Jay.
Old Suits are great. New Suits is horrible. I've abandoned the new Suits.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't even made it through the first series.
Did you make it through 1823?
I am on the last episode.
Oh. Yes. So right now,
oh boy,
no. I know at the next to last episode. Right now, she's in that car, and those 2 people that tried to help her died.
Yeah. Something else? Is there a big finale?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait. I'm about to watch it tonight.
I won't give it up.
Thank you.
But you're gonna cry.
I can't. Oh boy. I'll let you know.
Ashley's
tomorrow.
gonna cry, and then she might peg you.
And then I'll cry again.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Lucy bought a house over in Davis Island too.
What's up there? She's really? I've never seen him over there. I've seen him at restaurants around town.
It looks like he kept his Land O'Lakes house.
If you were him, why would you sell any house in Tampa that you
Well,
own?
he's
You know what I
talking
mean?
about the Land O'Lakes house on the waterfront.
Yeah.
400,000. 3,300 square feet on a lake. Oh, 2004.
Yeah.
That was when.
Yeah. Well.
What up, Thomas? What up, Berto?
But the Land O'Lakes was still nothing.
Well, for sure. It was just farmland.
Berto, you clear out those Lucas yet?
I know exactly where
12.
this neighborhood is. It's hidden behind this like
Yeah.
little.
Probably a really nice area now,
No,
right?
no. Well, back from the road, it just looks like a little plaza.
Yeah.
It's like nothing. And then
Right behind it.
he is a police expert. He keeps a lot of his cars up there.
What's up, Longer?
But he has a house now.
What's up, 843 operator?
I love it. It's a great place. Like, I don't think I could afford it now.
Fuck yeah, good job,
So you
dude.
have hair financing for paisanos.
What
So I
up,
think you come
Felix,
with an envelope,
Boondocks, Rick?
and you may get a deal.
I'm getting all your packages out today, guys.
Big Longer, what up?
What up, Jay Bowler?
She ain't signed what? That's not a good thing.
Did I say Rick? Fuck, probably.
Morning, Big Linger.
That is hilarious. What's up, Heather Smith Instructor?
What up, Full His?
Even his younger? I don't know if he does. He's not at the Enclave. I don't know the place on 41. He probably does.
We'll just put one of those warehouses.
I'm sure. Like our boy over here. It's always in a nondescript
Oh, I
area.
know. Well, that's what it looks like. But someone told me
Oh no, I'm all good, Berto.
big in Luton. He has one right around there, but it just wasn't.
Everyone in Lutz has a big garage.
I'm in between
They don't have
shoes
any-
now.
There's just that one.
I think I'm gonna get these new John Moran jawbreakers that come out May 1st.
Okay, I don't know it. I've never heard of it.
No.
No.
What up,
It's just this
Mitch?
Old warehouse, like an old warehouse.
What's up, retarded? Right back at you, Xerxes.
Congrats, man. I hope your day's complete. Oh, I know you do, man. I appreciate it. What's up, Ray?
What's up, BDKRE 588AE? Average.
What up, Cash?
Sorry about that. It was for 525.
You sure you want me to keep your stuff, dude?
Real estate's hard.
Sure don't want me to send it out?
Really. Eventually, it's going to be worth more.
Unless you buy at the top of the market.
Right.
Then
Well,
you gotta wait.
at least you got low interest rates back then. Really low.
Thanks, Xerxes. A bunch of people listen to it. More than usual.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Not too late to run by BubbaArmyMerch.com. Grab you a bottle Alpha. So you can smell good as hell. It's a unisex cologne. Well, even drove Tuttle's wife, Kristen. She's cute. She really is pretty attractive. Not just saying for Tuttle, just in general. I like her. She was very turned on by the fragrance.
Of course. Who isn't?
The only person that doesn't have a bottle is Seth, because he hates fragrances altogether.
Thank you.
Like he just doesn't like them. It has nothing to do with his hatred to me. It just has the fact that he just doesn't prefer any fragrances at all.
I'm body wash, aluminum free, natural deodorant, and then that's it. I smell like the man that women have always dreamed of men to smell like.
With a nice hairy chest, Oh,
I got hair all over.
Yeah. Very hairy guy.
Yes, I do prove that we come from the whatever.
From the Sasquatch
Yeah,
family.
for the Sasquatch monkey man.
Yeah. Did you see now? And I listened to the lyrics. Man, just when you thought Kanye West couldn't get any weirder, crazier, more transparent, then this comes out. Kanye West says, White Lotus ain't got nothing on me. I had sex with my male cousin as a teenager.
Whoa.
The song is called Cousins.
This guy's going through great length to stay relevant.
Yeah, like...
Maybe write a good song.
Yeah. Come up with a new shoe. By the way, Lummy, our new shoe, you have 8 more days to get your order in. The Fat Man Dunks 3, available on our BubbaArmyMerch.com.
Seth, that time I saw him with Travis Scott a year ago, maybe one of the last concerts he ever does in a big arena. You know what I mean? I mean, he hasn't had a lot of concerts in the last year.
No, he's a phenomenal live performer,
right.
but
one of
he's
the
a
best things
weirdo.
I've ever seen.
He's
Honestly,
a weirdo.
the six songs he played in the middle of that Travis Scott show, I was like, I never thought I'd say this. One of the best shows I ever went to. The most talented artist.
The song called Cousin. This song is Yee, better known as Kanye West, tweets out, this song is called Cousins, about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years ago. After I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt that it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6. And then he acted out of what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Yee.
Yeah.
My name is Ye, and I sucked my cousin's penis when I was 14. No, till I was 14. Now, what on earth? We've seen various things and outbursts and crazy nonsense that this guy has done, from being anti-Semitic to just, we could go on and on. And this has to take the cake. Now, there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Why does mom have two homosexual magazines?
I don't know.
I think she probably Playgirl. Maybe it was just guys' units that he was looking
at. Yeah, probably.
Well, they're
saying that I think when he was growing up, that's about all there was.
Well, but he's saying that they acted out what they saw in the magazines, which if they were doing,
would be girls doing to guys.
Okay, yeah, I thought it might be guys doing it to guys.
No, but I don't think there was a lot of print gay on gay porn that was available back when he was young. It was very, very risque. I mean,
it's hard telling what Yee's mom might have had.
Yeah, that's true. You can't figure this guy out.
It's
fruit doesn't fall far from the tree.
Exactly. The apple may not fall too far from the tree, but to introduce yourself and potentially blame yourself for a very, very heinous act of what his cousin did, which was to kill a pregnant woman. To infuse yourself into that mess. First of all, why would you ever want to do that? 2, having oral sex with your cousin from the age of 6 to 14. I'm not going to judge you. You do what you got to do. But I don't see being a very, 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 very controversial public figure. It seems like he's trying to constantly one-up himself.
Yes.
Does it?
Yes. No, he is.
And it's like, I think you're going to one-up yourself to the point of, like, this may be it. This may be the ultimate one-upsmanship where you have lost all of your backers. You know, this doesn't appeal to anybody. Not even gay guys, not even gay people.
Well, I don't think I don't know if he's trying to appeal with a genre of people at all. I mean,
it just shows how unhinged he is.
If he's true, he's using it to promote a song called Cousins. If it's not,
but the songs. Oh, okay. I guess he's debuting a new grungy song called Cousins. I thought he had this song out years ago, Seth, but in fact he didn't. This is a new song, correct?
Yes.
Cousins.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, I don't know if he is now in therapy and he's able to tap into, why he is a psychopath.
So his therapist said, listen, tell me some traumatic things that may have happened to you that you've been holding in all this time that might cause you to act out and do various things that society would deem crazy or unhinged. And he said, well, I've been holding it in for a long time, but when I stole my dad's Playboy books, and then that only did a certain amount, and then me and my 6-year-old cousin stole my mom's porno books, and we saw men that were giving each other fellatio, and we acted out on that. I don't know who this could potentially be, but they're on hold. Hello, 813-90-BUBBA.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is Steve from over in Osceola County. I wonder if we could talk racing real quick. I have a 2000 Lincoln town car kind of thing. It's kind of like a Crown Vic, and I'm wanting to sell it. It's my mom. She doesn't need it anymore, and I know that you had mentioned the Crown Vic racing and Big Red and maybe Dr. Dan getting in. I just wanted to throw it out there, see if anybody might be interested in it. You can drive it down the road.
How many miles? What year is it? It's a Ford Lincoln?
Yeah, it's a it's a Lincoln town car, I think. Is that right? Or
yeah, the Lincoln had the town car.
I would, if I was you, sir.
It's 25 years old.
And how many miles are on it?
It's like 250, 248. The odometer thing, you got to tap on it.
Hold on, 200.
It's a digital, so you have to tap on it.
250,000?
Yeah.
That ain't worth nothing, man.
Let's give him $30,000, Bubba.
That thing ain't worth nothing.
Oh man.
I'm
just saying.
I'm
just saying. Listen, here's
racing or something.
No, they don't race Ford Lincoln. They don't race Ford town cars. They race Ford Crown Vics. Here's your best bet, sir, is to go to Facebook, go to the marketplace situation, see if there's similar vehicles like your mother's or your aunt's or whoever owned this vehicle. See if there's similar ones that match, kind of what you got. See what they're priced at, and then that's where you sell it. Would be Facebook Marketplace. I don't think I would necessarily have any interest in it myself, or maybe any of my listeners. But if I'm sure you have a Facebook, I would
yes, sir.
I would list it on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm sure that who's ever into that sort of car, although it seems like it's got a lot of high miles, potentially could be interested in it. That's my suggestion to you, my friend.
Well, I just it has the same body style as a Crown Vic. That's why I was throwing it out there. I mean, it looks like one. It's just a Lincoln.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
It's probably it's probably what they call a Mercury Marquis.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. In that case, you'll sell it quickly on Facebook Marketplace because all the Crown Vic guys are looking for that similar body style, and they're getting about $1,500 for those things. So that's what they're going for. guys that are looking to race them, they have to tear them all apart, put a roll bar in them, put a race seat. They're bringing about 1,500. So put it up on Marketplace, and I guarantee a local racer will buy it.
Okay, I just thought I'd throw it out there for you guys.
Thank you for throwing it out there, right in the middle of a Yee 6-year-old on 6-year-old oral fest, my friend. So here's the thing: you can be 6, and you and your cousin can go back and do oral. I don't know. I think experimentally.
What do you mean you and your cousin can go back and do oral at 6?
Listen.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to judge the guy because as he was, trying to figure out himself, that him and his cousin may have done something at 6.
Is there something we should know, Bubba?
No, but what I'm saying
That's
is...
a long time of figuring stuff out, isn't it?
But what I'm saying is after you do it a few times... you figure out whether that's what you want to do in life
for 8 years,
and you do not continue it till you're 14.
Do you think maybe they had a little too much free time?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of lack of parenting here, and I think that there's a lot of mental health issues here. I don't even necessarily know if it's true.
Well, do we know that
anybody can say any outlandish thing about anything? At 14 when I was 12 and my cousin was 16. Her name was Amy, and she was so hot. And I listened to her. She was supposed to be babysitting me at my Uncle Jerry's, and she had this guy named Paul come over, and he was 17 and she was 16, and they went and she told me to go get lost. You need to go outside and play.
But he never said he was 6.
I listened outside the bedroom door, and they're straight getting after it.
But we don't really know how old he was. It was obviously younger than 14, but he didn't say he was 6. The cousin was 6.
Well, perhaps my self-centered mess. I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines that I found on the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Yee. I gave my cousin oral until I was 14. I'm assuming, Lummy, that they're both 6. I mean, I'm assuming. That's the way it kind of reads.
Either way, it sounds like it's happened more than once.
Yeah. I think it happened. Listen, Seth, I think it happened a lot.
I don't know how many rounds you got to go to figure out what you like. I mean, but it could have just been one for me.
Listen, I don't even know at 6 if I was capable of comprehending that. I mean, I don't think I got sexual until I was like masturbating until I was like 11, 12. I don't remember being sexual at 6. At 6, I was a little boy that was riding my dirt bike trying to make a wooden ramp out of a piece of wood and a milk crate and trying to jump, you know how you jump your bike?
Yeah, it's a little early for vacuum games, isn't it, at 6?
Yeah.
Wait, so was Kanye the victim? Was Kanye the abuser? If Kanye was the one doing the...
He's saying two things. He's saying one...
I feel guilty.
He's saying one, I feel guilty for doing that, and that may have led to the heinous act that my cousin committed, which was killing a pregnant woman and is now incarcerated for life. Yee goes back and says he may have been responsible for that, and the reason why is because they fellatioed each other at 6. Now... if you do that, like obviously Yee is saying he did. I don't know that he did. I don't know, man, under any therapeutic condition that you would make that public and how that's going to make you, if you got a song named Cousins and the way you got to promote this song is coming up with either a true or not true fellatio scenario between you and your cousins, I think this guy needs to be checked out.
You mean put down?
And no, like I'm talking Baker acted.
Oh, he's not a danger to himself or a danger to others. He's just crazy.
Here is the song. Here is the song. By the way, it's 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Does it have the lyrics in it?
Yeah, there's lyrics. but it's really convoluted and buried. It's tough to understand. Hanging with my cousin, reading dirty magazines.
Jeez, what the hell? Did you catch that hook?
Yeah, I can hear a stadium singing it now.
I'm not going to accentuate what it was, but if you caught the hook, you caught the hook. I'm not going to repeat the hook.
Man, I'm so grateful Kanye made some timeless music before all this nonsense.
I'm not going to repeat the hook, but if you heard the hook, you heard it. Take it to your grave. You're the loudmouth, the one that spouted out. I'm sure your cousin's not proud of it.
No.
I mean, your cousin's dealing with way more, bigger issues than.
I hope he's got like 10 cousins, so it's not obvious to everyone in the family.
Oh, you mean the one that's in the prison? It's life in prison?
There's only one of them. The guy that killed the woman there's only one of his cousins that killed a pregnant woman, is spending life in prison. There's only one guy this could be.
Well, he's probably happy in prison then.
I don't think they understand that I'm not attracted to a man.
If I'm Kim Kardashian, and I have, 3-4 kids with this guy?
Yeah, 4.
I call up and I'm going to go, Kanye, I'm going to the LA Family Court Division, and I'm going to hire the biggest slinging Regina Hunter family law attorney there is, and I don't know if I feel comfortable with you participating in our children's life any further. I have overlooked and I mean, she has a long laundry list of things that she's looked the other way on, right? This isn't like an isolated incident where this is the first time that he's gone off the rails, right? I mean, she has a long list. No. She's like, this one takes the cake, Kanye.
The thing
is, our kids don't need to be around this.
I believe that from everything she says, that, I mean, a lot. Obviously, this behavior disturbs her because I read about it and I know. But from everything I hear, he's kind of a normal, great father. So,
I've heard that too.
No, and it's so weird because she divorced him when he was still on the top of his game, and it looked like, why would you do that? And then he has just fallen to pieces since then.
I'm talking about euphoria. I'm not talking about man.
I don't like seeing anyone fall from the place.
he did it on purpose.
I got a minute left. Let's hear the last minute before I go to words.
Two bites in a quay.
Two bites in a quay.
Let's go on a vacay. Leave the world behind. Leave the world behind.
Leave the world behind.
Leave the world behind. Nitrous don't help me, just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria, I'm not talking about man. Told her don't leave me.
Talking a warrior, not a man. So he obviously thinks that he's a warrior. He's obviously like somewhat suicidal.
By my side, as long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright. Then I'll probably be alright. So 10 bucks to get high, 10 bucks to get high.
With different lyrics, this would probably be a hit.
If I'm Kim Kardashian, I take this tape and I take this article and I march my ass into family court, and he's never seeing our children again. Woo. He is yelling from the highest mountain how much help he needs. He needs help. He needs some help. Wow. Let me go to words. We'll end the show next. Hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
writing that song with different lyrics, it's unusual. It's catchy. It'd probably be a hit.
Now, a lot of It could.
You don't know what you're going to be doing at the concert. Yeah.
Have a nice stroll.
What up, ironic? Oh, yeah, the police. Whoop, whoop. What's up, buddy? Don't wait till Friday if you got a locked up caliber, AJ's Bubba fan. Shit. Go now.
I was just named Christ Following Man of the Year.
Yes, there is a Klim Kush today, Tina.
There is?
Oh, there isn't?
There isn't?
Okay, good.
I don't know, man. Today's just one long show for me. I don't know what they get divided up into. I know as I get done around 1.
I don't know what that means, Erwin.
And then put it hey, Jay, look at the story right there.
Oh, I know. How about? Oh, really? Because a second ago it showed the John Cena one. John Cena admits to having a hair transplant. It is news. He created a news line.
I was just saying about how, after listening to Kanye West,
Talk to our kids about puberty sooner.
What, you saw the John Cena story on the news? Is that what you're saying?
Up there, exactly. It was on just regular Channel 13.
Yeah, I saw him cover it.
I was telling my kid from as long as he could understand, don't ever show your pee-pee to anyone other than your parents or Dr. Berger.
What up, LM?
Ever.
My dad said, show your little dick to everyone so they can feel better about themselves.
They get a settlement.
Resulted in a lifetime of therapy.
What up, Mr. Kostika? Oh, man. Raise the roof. Raise the roof. You the man, Troy. See you in December.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Pretty much. Just time for us to say goodbye. Plus, I gotta poop bad. Maybe I'll clear this one story and then we'll say goodbye.
There you go.
If I own the Dallas Mavericks, whoever the new dude, the casino dude that bought the majority from Mark Cuban still owns like 21 or 27%, but he's not the controlling partner anymore, making any of the day-to-day operation or decisions. The general manager is Nico Harrison. He's the guy that called for the Luka trade, and this is an actual quote that he made yesterday.
Did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, go on and on.
Biggie 7375, $25.
Fired.
But this is one guy that before he worked with Dallas, worked for Nike. He botched the presentation to Stephen Curry. He called him Seth, which made Stephen Curry switch from Nike to Under Armour. So that's who you're working with.
Yeah, and the Dallas Mavericks signed him to be the general manager, and probably made, arguably, Seth would probably the most one-sided, lopsided, worst trade in NBA history.
I mean, Anthony Davis is an absolute beast when he's playing, but yeah, it wasn't good to do to a fan favorite. But the thing that's shocking is that he didn't know how much Luka meant to the city, which should be really the one thing that you should understand when you work there.
Exactly.
That was shocking to hear.
Like knew or should have known.
Yeah, and they're saying like the owner is now shocked by the blowback because nobody prepared him. So it's not working out well like most people had predicted, at least off the court.
And Luke and the Lakers fleeced them. Fleeced. They didn't. If you want to get rid of Luka, get rid of Luka. Put him in. Let all 30, however many teams know. Hey, we're in the market to get rid of Luka. Do you know the haul they would have got? I mean, my God, he's worth what, Seth? A major player and at least 2 first, maybe 3.
Yeah, I think depend. Yeah.
I mean, there's teams out there that would have given that. What did the Lakers give him? AD and
they got a first-round pick, right?
And 1 first.
And I think some bench player.
Yeah. And Luka's partying right now, is he not?
They lost their first game to the Timberwolves. So
yeah. Jay, appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate you.
See you next week. Lummy, you got anything for me?
Yeah, we got to meet up real quick after.
On my phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Seth, Clem Kush, let's say 40.
I'll be here.
All right.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
If you're wiring up, it's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.